Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. In today's fast-paced business environment, efficient warehouse management is essential for smooth operations. Whether you're new to the system or looking to enhance your knowledge, you've come to the right place. Let's dive into the fundamentals of SAP ECC EWM. But first, let's break it down. SAP ECC EWM stands for SAP Extended Warehouse Management. It's a software solution that helps businesses manage and optimize their warehouse processes efficiently. Now, here's why it's essential. Studies show that businesses using SAP ECC EWM experience up to a 20% reduction in inventory holding costs. Plus, they see a significant decrease in order processing times, leading to happier customers and increased profitability. So why does this matter? In today's fast-paced world, streamlined warehouse management is crucial for staying competitive. With SAP ECC EWM, companies can streamline their operations, minimize errors, and maximize productivity, ultimately driving success. In this course, we will cover everything you need to know about SAP ECC EWM, from its basic functionalities to advanced techniques. We will walk you through setting up the system, optimizing processes, and troubleshooting common issues. By the end, you will have the skills and knowledge to revolutionize your warehouse management. Don't forget to hit that like button if you're excited to learn more about SAP ECC EWM. And if you haven't already, hit subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss an update. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1, ERP organization structure. 2, EWM architecture. 3, integration between EWM and ERP. 4, organization units and system integration. 5, configure warehouse structure elements. 6, warehouse structure and EWM master data. Let's dive in.
I'm Johan. I'm SAP EWM trader at ZaranTech. I take care of all the projects and training related activities, both online as well as corporate trainings for ZaranTech. I have around 16 years of experience. The last 9 years in SAP EWM. I started in EWM 7.4 version, and then I've done projects in 9.3, 9.5. And I've also done projects in S/4HANA 1709, 1909, and 2020. So most of my major implementation have been in automobile. I've also done some projects in paint as well as other process industries. So I'm into training since last 10 years. I'm certified in MMWM, EWM. Prior to EWM, I was working as an MMWM consultant. And I think that's it. I think I've covered most of the points. All right, then I'll first start, with an overview of how we are going through. I'll explain you how generally I take my courses, and I'll just give you a background. What are we going to cover? How are we going to cover? And so that you can also plan your, practice and your, personal reading and personal, going through the topics. This is basically, the PPT is just basically to give us direction in what are we covering, because this is a planned course based on our experience of so many years. And just to keep things connecting and go slowly at start with all the basics, and then slowly we'll gradually cover the advanced topics. So basically we'll be using these slides, which includes all my all our steps, and basically for each slide, at several slides we'll find some attachments. Okay, so these attachments may not open here, but these are the attachments. Basically you will find them here. Okay, because sometimes we insert them into the PPTs, but they don't open because they get corrupted when you download them. So at which slide which attachment to use, and you'll find all the stepwise screenshots there. Okay, So for example, assessment and evaluation, this is where you have your question answers, and we will also have a separate slide for the take-home assignments. Okay. So now, all right. So this was about what are we going to use then. How are we going to build the warehouse? So we will take a case study as an example. This is a warehouse layout which we are going to build right from scratch. So in this warehouse, this is a bill of material. These are the parts that we are going to build. Okay, that we are going to build in this warehouse. So basically, it's a very simple warehouse with all the integration with all the modules. It will cover inbound. We will cover as part of okay, fine. So we'll cover inbound. So we will get in the parts from suppliers, store them into the rack storage, and then from the storage we'll be supplying them to production. Okay, or we can also get them to a general storage. So we have different types of storages into which we will get the parts. So this will cover the inbound aspect, how to place parts into, excuse me, different types of storage. Then from here we supply parts to production. Oops, sorry, if I supply parts to production. So this, through this we'll learn how the outbound strategies work for production, and then the production parts will receive them into the bulk and the pallet storage. So we understand how to do inbound into the bulk and the pallet storage. And then we'll cover outbound, where we'll pick these parts from these areas. Okay, this is where the final product is getting stored, and then we will pick them, pack them, stage them, load them. We'll also have the yard management for handling the trucks. So this is the layout which we'll be referring. So these are the you know um, these are the naming conventions that we'll follow. So so we'll create a new warehouse. In this warehouse, we'll create these storage type, we set up the strategies. We have some configuration in build. When we copy the warehouse, we get those configuration. But there are several configurations which we need to do based on the physical nature of the warehouse and the type of warehouse, the type of processes. So we'll cover all those processes and typical configurations that we do for each of the processes. But these will be best learned when you have an example. So EWM or any warehouse management is best learned when you physically try to visualize the movements or the warehouse. So all our discussion and process scenarios will be based out of these warehouse. So if in case we decide, okay, hey Johan, let's understand deconsolidation, then we will activate a process, move it to deconsolidation, then move it here. Let's understand scrapping. Why? Let's create a new area for scrapping, and so we'll create a new storage type here, and we'll discuss what can be the possible scenarios with scrapping. Okay, so any addition scenarios, we'll be basically tweaking this warehouse, and we'll be adding new scenarios here based on our experience. We may come across scenarios. You might have come across scenarios in your projects, and we would like to go through them together. So we will use this warehouse structure basically to do some add-on processes as well. My expectation from you guys that whatever configuration we are doing for that particular week, you complete them by end of the week. You just follow me. Yeah, you can do your own exercise, but yeah, but initial couple of modules, you follow me, get your warehouse ready, structure ready, and then if at all you want to simply follow me, follow whatever the processes I'm going through, you're free to do that. You're free to use the warehouse which you have set up in the system together, or you can create your own warehouse to your own integration. I'll leave it to you, but whatever topics we will cover, please do them, because regularly, because slowly we will be going through the complex topics. We are going to build up many new scenarios, and the backlogs will keep on accumulating. So, and basically all topics are linked to another. So if you miss, let's say, master data, I'm explaining some master data in detail, If you miss that, it may, you know, it may stop you with your understanding on the processes. Okay, I'll explain you why I have kept it here.
Yeah.
So basically, storage control, process control, we need to go through unloading, loading as well, which requires some yard management activation. Okay, so the prerequisite is yard management for storage control. Plus, you activate storage control at a creation rule level. So you need this understanding also. It's not like, if I'm here and if I'm talking about creation rule, you will get lost. You need to understand the creation rule first before activating storage control, because for outbound, you activate at a creation rule level. So you need to have prior understanding of these two topics. And why I have taken inbound and outbound together in storage control, because when we activate storage control, we have for example, so it becomes easier for you from a layout perspective. When you do the inbound and outbound, we can do a mix. In inbound, we activate process as well as layout both together, and in outbound we can just do a layout, just a single through. So but the main thing here is we need yard, or at least shipping and receiving activated, so that we can do a storage control step of loading, unloading, which is very important. And plus we should also be able to have an understanding of creation rule, because that plays a very important role in the process control. Going back to PPF, why it is at the bottom. So we'll be going through the process. So every process, so PPF is not only about automating a step, but it is also about your outputs.
Yeah,
So
printing
we
out.
will be, yeah, so we will be using PPF, but at this point, till this point of time, we'll not go into PPF. We'll maintain the condition record, test and automation. Let's say good receipt in through for a production integration. We'll do that with PPF. We'll maintain the condition record, we test it, but we'll not be discussing what is action definition, action profile. All those technical topics will divert us from the process.
Yeah.
Okay, and they'll be covered together at the bottom, along with the other outputs of SAP EWM. For your week, particular week one, you will have, um, what is certification done? You will have, some questions for that particular unit. I would recommend you, till you complete all the modules, just limit your study only to that module and the questions related to that module. Okay, once you have done the you have completed all the modules, then you can go through the certification done for the entire course. Then other thing is, there is a lot of SAP books which are provided by SAP, so you can go through those books as well. So there are certification books and um, some documents provided by SAP for certification, some material. So when you go for a certification link, you get that document number, right? For EWM, it is 100, 110, 120, those kind of books. So you have to go through those books also. So those books, once you've completed the course, because through this course we'll be very busy with practicing, understanding. So after the course, take 2 or 3 weeks and go through those books as well. So once you have understood, those books will, they'll further refine your understanding, and they'll really go fast, because now you've understood the overall concept. What are we going to cover in our first unit? So first unit, our aim would be, end of the unit, our org structure should be set up, and our integration would be set up between ERP and EWM. So at the end of this unit, the warehouse should be created, should be integrated, and we should be ready to start maintaining the master data for the warehouse. Okay, so we'll understand what are the org units, their relationship, um, one to many, many to one, what are possible assignments, we'll discuss them. So org structure wise, we just have one org structural element here, warehouse. Okay, but physically it's a warehouse, but how do we map it? As we basically map it as ERP warehouse and EWM warehouse. How we do that mapping, we'll discuss that. Then there are a lot of settings: ALE setting, RFC setting, logistics systems setting to integrate the warehouses. We'll discuss that, and basically the deployment type of deployment will basically the type of deployment will control which settings are required. So we'll discuss based on deployment which settings are required and which settings are not required. And then after integration, we'll do a quick test to make sure that the integration is completed. Okay, so while we are doing integration, it's not only about the technical settings. So there are when we are going to integrate the warehouse, there will be some settings like basis settings, purely technical in terms of system integration. There will be some functional settings also. So while we are going through this unit, we'll execute some functional settings. For example, creating plant as customer or vendor, or assigning a vendor to a plant, or there are some activating delivery split for a warehouse. So basically there will be some configuration. These are the configurations that we are going to cover here are mandatory configuration and required before you start using EWM. So at this unit is not only about org structure, but as part of integration we are also going to do some functional configuration. Okay, so we'll complete that configuration, functional configuration as well. Basis settings, they are done at the start of your project. So basically, through this we'll also discuss how we go through a journey of through an implementation project. So the first day you join a project, you do this activity, you create a warehouse, you do the integration, then you slowly set a few master datas, and then keep on uh, ex- um, executing or testing one or the other processes. So when we are executing or when we are doing this integration, let's say you're going to a greenfield, or greenfield is a good example to understand integration. So let's say it's a blank system. How the basis team, what are the expectations from the basis team to set up the communication between ERP and EWM? So we will be covering those settings, but we cannot execute those settings because the basis team has to do that. Plus, we are already using a test system which is already set up in EWM. So that settings has already been done by the basis team. So we just have to go and review them. Okay, I will explain you at those relevant points. We are not supposed to change any basis settings. Okay, because they may impact the overall integration, or these are client level changes which will impact all the warehouses or people testing, the people who are testing their warehouses or their scenarios in the test system. Okay, so we need to be very careful we don't break anybody's settings. So there are few uh, we have controlled that through access, but there are few areas where you will have access. I'll explain you where you don't have to touch or change anything. Okay, whereas within the warehouse, functional config, plant, store location, you're free to do your own configuration. The basis team has to do it, but as functional, we have to identify the right BC sets. So depending on the version, the version you're working, so and depending on the system that you've got from SAP. So SAP gives you SAP has been changing a lot on their approach on what they give to a system, to a client, when they basically hand over the sandbox system or a test system for them, or a new system for them. So there can be, you can buy a company modules. You can buy, for example, industry specific solution where you get in build industry specific scenarios, or best practice scenarios. And then over and above, if you need something else, for example, in SAP's best practice, it's labor management is not there. I'll give you an example. So then you have to find out the relevant BC sets of labor management, see if they're applicable for your version. Like if you're working on S4HANA 1809 or decentralized EWM, you need to make sure that they are valid for you. You have to understand what it is going to activate. Do that in the quality, the development system, and after testing, then you can go through with that BC set. So yeah, just to answer your question, it has to be done by basis team activation part, but as functionals we have to support them, we have to give them the right BC set by doing some research. You all are aware that in SAP we have org structure, company code, then we have plants within the company code, and within the plants we have store location. As all of you are from logistics and procurement background, you might be knowing the org structure tells store location. Okay, now now we have store locations. Okay, within store location we have warehouse. Okay, so basically when we use warehouse management, the store location is still there. Okay, so if you don't use warehouse management, somebody asks you where is the product stored, it is stored in a store location, or it's at a stock is managed at store location level. But does store location disappear as soon as we activate WM or EWM? No, it doesn't disappear. The store location stays there, and we assign a warehouse. Now the products get stored into the warehouse. Okay, store location. So you can see a warehouse, you can see bins, you can see products stored in a bin, but you don't see anywhere store location, right? So in an IM solution, the entire building where you're storing, the entire complex is a store location, right? But now when it comes to warehouse, the entire building complex is a warehouse. Store location, we don't see any physical store location. It becomes a virtual org element, okay, because the storage is done at a warehouse level. So we have warehouses, okay, and the store location concept still remains, because within the warehouse you can also split stock based on store location. For example, take this example. This plant has two store location. You may want both. Let's say SLO1 is a finished product, is a raw material store location, SLO2 is a finished product store location. You can have both of them into the same warehouse, and then within the warehouse also you should be able to identify stock of each store location separately, or you can store it in a separate warehouse. So for example, store location SLO2 of finished product warehouse, finished product store location, we assign a warehouse W02 separate warehouse, which we may be an external facility a few miles away, or the own company's facility which is a few miles away, because of the space constraint, you're using a different warehouse. Okay, so basically in technically in system, plant and store location combination, one combination of plant and store location is assigned to a warehouse. Okay, so you cannot assign one plant store location combination to more than one warehouse. Okay, it's a unique assignment to a plant store location. So one store location plant combination can only be assigned to one warehouse. You cannot assign plant SL plant PL01 SL01 to W02 if it is assigned to W01. You can assign a warehouse to a plant store location combination to a different plant store location combination belonging to the same company code. Okay, so here plant PL01 PL02 store locations are assigned to a warehouse W02. Okay, it's not that warehouse should only be assigned to same plant. You can also assign warehouses to a different plant store locations. Okay, so physically we take an example, the external warehouse where we are storing the parts, or overflow warehouse where we are storing finished products of PLO1, that is basically warehouse which belongs to plant PLO2 where they are storing raw materials, okay, and finished goods and whatever. Okay, so warehouses can be shared between different plants of the same company code. Now we can also have warehouses shared between plant store location belonging to different company code as well. Isn't it logical? Because you have a warehouse in a region, a distribution center. There you can store, let's say a company have two products. If we talk about home appliances, a unit makes, one unit of the company makes refrigerator, the other makes microwave. In your distribution center you would want to store both, right? Because they are eventually different companies, but they belong to the same client, they belong to the same customer. Okay, so a warehouse can be used to store products of different companies as well, different company codes as well. So we can also, extend further and have, a company. You can also think of a company like a DHL, or um, there is another company in UK, Synchron. They have their own warehouses. They just have warehouses, and they rent their warehouses and their warehousing facility. So they possibly a DHL in the same warehouse, it can store product for Tesco. It can store product for Asta. Yeah. So this these kind of warehouses, can also we'll talk about them in our deployment option. You can also have these kind of warehouses where they are storing parts for different customer as well. So warehouses, basically, it is possible to store products, same ERP, different ERP, same customer, different customer, same company or different company code. All possible combinations are possible in one warehouse. You can store and map products for different customers. Okay, so here, to start with, we will basically have one plant. Okay, one few store locations in the plant, and we'll create one warehouse. Then, as in when we build scenarios, we'll create more plants, more store location, learn about STOs and different types of scenarios. But to start with, keep it simple. We will create our own plant, store location, warehouse, and then we will first go through the entire setup in that warehouse for one plant, and then we'll see how we can also expand it to another plant or plants of another company code. See, EWM is about managing your stock. So where do you have EWM? You'll not have EWM at Singapore's virtual plant. You have EWM at Australia, where you do pick, pack, goods issue, and then you when you receive in New Zealand, you'll have a warehouse there where you receive the parts and do the good
Yeah.
receipt put away. So
Yeah.
EWM is about receiving the part. The whole planning, the whole logistics planning is done by the shipping or the transportation team.
Yeah.
They will have to create a delivery. The
Yeah.
delivery has to be created from Australia to Singapore to New Zealand.
Yeah.
So the deliveries have to be created, but but your products will move from here there to here. You have to do a virtual GR also in Singapore and a goods issue. So Singapore
Mm.
will not have a store location. Sorry, will not have a store location assigned to warehouse. So
Mm.
these kind of scenarios, generally you don't have you have it's a cross docking, but you don't use cross docking. I would say if Singapore would have been a EW managed, then it becomes a classic cross docking. But in this case, it's not a cross docking scenario.
Okay. Okay.
Singapore, you have to through the shipment or the transportation, you have to through your routes, you have to plan this outbound, inbound, and
Mm.
then you have to do some automation, or somebody has to manually do the receipt and goods issue at Singapore. Okay, so we have discussed these points. I'll come to what we are going to set up to start with. We are going to have a warehouse. Okay, now here you can see there are two warehouses. Okay, one warehouse is ERP warehouse, one is EWM warehouse. Physically, there is just one warehouse, but in EWM, the same warehouse has a 4-character code. In ERP, so when I say ERP, it means ECC. Okay, now in S4 HANA, we have ECC as well as in EWM in the same system. So it's a still early stage. So maybe SAP would make it one. Just change ERP side, ECC side, the warehouse into 4 characters, but they haven't done it yet. So all the deliveries and other places, the warehouse is of 3 characters wherever you see warehouse. So basically, that 3-character warehouse represents your EWM 4-character warehouse. It's created in EWM as 4 character. They're assigned, they are mapped to each other. So when you say W01, it basically means EWM warehouse of WH01. We are going to use, so what org structure elements we are going to use, we are going to do that listing shortly. Okay, but we'll be creating our plant. I'll be telling you which company code to use. So basically, I would recommend to use company code 1000 or whatever is a company code in the test system, so that you don't have to do all the finance settings. The company code which I'm going to propose you to use, that will be supported by our finance team. So if there are any issues, they will sort it out. Plus period and closing, everything, maintenance activity of that company code, periodic maintenance activity, the finance team does it. So it's an active company code, and it's well supported. So I recommend you to use the company code which I'm going to share with you, so that you spend less time in troubleshooting finance related errors. Okay. So company code, we are going to use the one which is given to us by our finance team. In that company code, we'll have a plant. We are going to create our own plant. We'll copy an existing plant. Again, which plant to copy from? Standard SAP template plant. I'll let you know which one to copy. And then we are going to have 4 store locations, or rather 5. So basically, for testing all the scenarios, um, for the warehouse that we are going to implement, we have to take 5 store locations. So ROD stands for receiving on dock. Okay. AFS stands for available for sale. I'll quickly go through the layout and explain these store locations to you. Yeah. Production as a separate store location, finished product as separate store location, and I've created a store location which is IM managed. This is for the consumable and office supplies. This store location, SAP will tell us, to do a ROD and AFS. This is for the scenarios that we are going to cover. For those scenarios, we will use these store locations. So basically, I'll split this layout into the store location. So whenever we are getting any stock, okay, they are in this area. This is called as ROD, receiving on dock. Okay. Once we do the put away, the store location is AFS. So what is AFS store location? This is AFS. Okay, available for sale. We have a separate store location for production, prod. Okay, another store location for finished products. The finished products are stored here. So basically, when we do the warehouse processes, the products are moving. ERP should be updated with store location information as well. So the moment I supply parts to production, the store location of that part changes from AFS to prod. Okay. Now once we see, basically once you implement a project, you have to be very clear with the store location definition. So once we implement the project, there is this change, bringing this change becomes very difficult after a warehouse has gone live, because warehouse is continuous. They work 24/7. Any change becomes a really big change, or has a lot of prerequisite, a lot of planning and a lot of struggle, plus the business is also impacted. Okay, so some of the warehouses they don't even give you downtime, because time lost can never be regained, for them, because they work 24/7. So basically, we have to be very clear when we map these store locations. The reason SAP recommends RODAFS, why we are having 2 store location when we are receiving the parts. We do the GR here. Okay, we may do a repacking of the parts in the deconsolidation area. We may be doing the quality. Before that, we may be unloading the stock from the trailers. So basically, the good receipt is done at this stage. When the truck comes, you scan the pallet, you do the good receipt, and then you take the pallet to a GR area. From there, it can go to quality, deconsolidation, or it can directly go to the warehouse bins. So here, the stock can be kept into GR area for several hours. In some companies, a couple of days as well. Okay, so the moment you do a GR, the stock in ERP gets updated. in a storage location. Now, if I do GR in ROD, the stock is not available. When the production needs the material, they are only going to check in AFS, something which they can pick. They cannot pick a part which is at the door, or we don't want them to pick a part at the door or in the GR area or being deconsolidated or under quality. So that's why, only when we place the part into the bin, this I'm telling you for a bigger warehouse. If it's a very small warehouse, you just do a GR and put away in 5 minutes. You don't need this kind of a setup. But if you're doing unloading, there are 10 doors here, 20 staging areas, really big warehouse, and it takes time for them to come to the bin. The production, when they need a material, they should not come across a situation that the stock is not there in the bin. They'll simply say, why the delivery was created, why the staging request was created. Okay, so if the part is not here, when the production order is released, it should show as a missing part. Okay, only when we do the put away, it should be shown as available. So this is the reason for having two store location on the receiving side. We are having another store location for production. Why? Because some companies at a production level, they would like to track the work in progress inventory. Okay, so during your workshop, make sure the business is aware, okay, how this store locations are mapped. You can have different store location. Explain them the traceability part, because all your IM reports are at store location level. So if they are already using some IM reports, for example, um, they want to see, it's very easy to check stock at a store location level, total value of inventory at a store location level. But when it comes to warehouse, then they have to do some download of stock, accumulated, and download stock of production area, storage type, accumulated, then do a VLOOKUP at your finance table and come at a value. So there are some manufacturing units which are more interested, like what is the total WIP inventory. The work in progress inventory is also in some companies it is also showed in their balance sheet. So they are get audited by the companies as well. So the companies which is production heavy, they will ask you for this. If not, just make sure they are aware that you can have a separate store location for production as well. Then we have having separate store location for production. So we, for availability check for outbound, we always store finished products here just to exclude our search into other store location. We have just kept one store location for finished product. Okay, you can, it's not mandatory, you can also keep it as same as AFS. You can keep the same AFS, but there's no special requirement. Just for traceability purpose, if somebody wants to track all the finished product in their IM reports, then we know we have a separate store location where you can get all the finished product stock. It basically helps on the IM reporting. I go to store location 4000 and I get everything. Consumption will happen from 3000.
Yeah,
That's
because,
correct.
yeah.
Yeah. So this has to be well thought and well agreed at the start of the project, because later on bringing this change will have a lot of impact on master data, transactional data, all documents, work in progress documents. So we need to be clear exactly how this has to work. Okay. See, basically the EWM, the material is same. So when you create a material, if you have a custom field of GMID, so now here probably you can use a different field, but here the challenge will be when you scan. Are you going to scan the SAP ID or a GMID? See, if it is decentralized system, you also need to do the same custom field in product as well. You can refer the same field in Metal Master because it's the same system. So you can use the same Metal Master Z field and you can refer that for your whatever custom process you have. But if it is a decentralized, then you have to send it across.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a key feature of SAP EWM? Option A, warehouse monitoring and control. Option B, inventory management. Option C, production planning. Option D, labor management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, wanna nail supply management? Our SAP ECC EWM course is here for you. It's all about handling supplies smoothly. This course is your go-to for mastering SAP ECC EWM. Think of it as your toolkit for planning, ensuring we've got enough stuff and getting it where it needs to be. We cover it all, from the basics to some cool advanced tricks. Experts made this so you're in good hands. Your teachers? Total pros. They've been at this forever and are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Students love it. Just like you, they found it super useful. And the best part, it's budget friendly. Learning shouldn't cost an arm and a leg, right? Ready to become a SAP ECC EWM whiz? Enroll on our page today. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So let's start with, creating this org structure. So generally, what I do is for each batch, I create a spreadsheet document. This is in the end of each session I upload into the LMS. So whatever our notes are, for each unit, our discussions, some flow diagrams, some data we are preparing, I will, keep on updating them into this sheet so that, you can use it for your reference when you're trying it yourself. Okay. So I'll clean this and load it. And so I think we don't need this. We are tracking all these details on our, so I'll clean this and I'll upload this. So basically, just give a batch number here because we'll try to create a company, a plant in that code, okay. So let me put, let me propose something, and then you can, obviously we need to also check if 34 is available in the system. Let me see. I generally, give a sequential number PL34 for plant, warehouse 34, EWM warehouse WH34. So let me see if, we have this plant and warehouse available. It is suggested to keep them separate to different name because, at the starting point, you may not, okay, you may be coming across, requirements from client that they want one warehouse for the plant, and it's basically one plant, one warehouse. But in future, the same warehouse can be shared by another plant. They can bring material into this plant, and so technically it is possible you can give any name, but generally we prefer giving a different code than plant. Okay, these are your reference plant, warehouse, shipping points from where you have to copy. Okay, so this was a best practice system provided by SAP, a copy of that. So it has all the, standard SAP. So in S/4HANA, the template plant, it starts from 1710. So there are two options, either you have taken an IDS system, then it will be 1000. But if you have taken a best practice system from SAP, it will be 1710. So basically in this plant and this warehouse, you'll have all the SAP best practice process already configured. So in S/4HANA, we generally go with the best practice. So basically, since EWM is embedded now, okay,
Yes.
you need to slightly go back with the history. EWM was a decentralized system before.
Mhm.
So it used to be in separate instance. So there was a separate, client itself for EWM, but separate instance itself for EWM. And when EWM was, built, you can see only ERP, only WM was 3 characters code. Everything else was 4 characters. So SAP changed the warehouse code also to 3 characters. Oh, sorry, 4 characters with EWM. Then EWM primarily was a decentralized model, but then in S4HANA 2017, SAP realized we should also make it embedded with S4HANA capabilities. So now the same EWM entire whatever module was developed in the decentralized system was pulled into the ERP space. So the warehouse was 4 character, but the old WM warehouse was 3 characters. So wherever you see ERP documents like deliveries, especially deliveries, you will see the warehouse is 3 character. So that fields and the places where warehouse is identified in the ERP side, it is 3 characters. So what we do is we do a mapping between the EWM warehouse and ERP warehouse. Okay, so let's get these created. We can get these brands created. Okay, so let's also create story location in this plan. So P34 will have a lot of story location. Okay, let us. Okay, looks like some of my student have changed 1710, so it has also the same story locations have also come in PL34. And I will check the ones which we need. So the ones which I'm deleting are standard SAP story locations, which have come from 1710. And we have these 5 story location which we plan to use. Then let me create a ERP warehouse. So the warehouse to copy from is 171 to W34. I hope W34 has not been picked by anyone. Can pick W23. That's a good warehouse. I have created that copying 171 only. And let me also bring in 171 back. I think somebody has deleted, it seems. Since it's a test system, yeah, someone might have deleted by mistake. Okay, good. So let's do the assignment, or let us also create a shipping point. Let's do the shipping point creation as well. Since we are going to use a lot of deliveries, and yeah, shipping point is an important org structure for deliveries, plans all the deliveries and shipment. So I ship SH34. Let's try creating that. 1710 is here. Okay, then we also need around sales area when we create outbound deliveries. Just creating these org structures so that we could, if any settings are required, then we could on the sales procurement side, if any settings are required, then we can do it for our ERP org structure level. So I will again copy from 1710. I hope it is there, and I'll create a sales org SO34. Okay, distribution channel division will already be there, and let me create a purchase organization also so that we could identify our storage, our purchase orders separately. So let me copy from 1710, copy, and I will make it as PO34. Purchase organization for PL34. All right, then let's quickly complete the assignment. We'll first complete the ERP org structure assignments, then we'll go to the EWM warehouse and get it created. So first, let us make sure the plant is assigned to company code, which I think should have been done because we have copied from 1710. Yeah, it is assigned to company code 1710. That's what we want. So then the next is, let me assign purchase organization to plant, which I also assume would be done because we have copied. Purchase organization is PO34. Okay, let's go back and create sales area also. Assume since you have copied the sales log, it should be there. Let me quickly check. Yep, and we are going to use SO34 1000. And yep, it's there. We'll use the sales area for our testing. I think we need to check now shipping point assignment to plant and assignment of warehouse to transfer location. So we'll find that in logistic execution. First, let's just assign the shipping point to plant. Let me search my plant. Okay, this is plant. And we should be assigned to, so our shipping point is assigned to the plant. So we are okay. It's assigned because we have copied. There are some more assignments which have come up because we've copied. That's fine. We are okay with that. In our determination, we'll make sure that our shipping point is determined. And then so here comes the main setting. I'm not sure whether this would have been copied, but let's give it a try. PL34. We are going to use 4-story location. Okay, no entries are maintained. And copy this and then replace the plant. So we're going to use 4 story location which are going to be EWM managed or EWM managed 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000. So let me just copy them. Okay, so here we have created and made created our ERP architecture and made the necessary assignment. Then the EWM side now. Okay, so for EWM, creating an EWM warehouse, we need to go here, SCM extended warehouse management, extended warehouse management. So basically, the entire folder of EWM has been taken here with all the config nodes in S4HANA. So here you will find there are 2 things here. One, you can define your warehouse here. Okay, but we don't generally use this. We use cross-process settings where we copy the warehouse. So don't worry, all these nodes are mentioned in the document. So 1710 WH34, yeah. So we have created our EWM warehouse. I'll go in master data, and then here I'll go and change the description of the warehouse. The difference is the cross-process settings one will copy all the config, but when you come here, you define it doesn't copy the dependent config. It's like, the copy as has been moved here. See, basically you have to reach out to your, I have been into projects where there was nothing in warehouse, especially in S/4HANA. When we go into the greenfield project or a new client is using EWM, all EWM folders are empty. You will not find any warehouse, nothing. You then have to request your basis guys to implement the best practices for EWM. They can do that, and then that will bring up 1710. They know what best practices. It's basically has to be installed from SAP. So like how they build a test client, or how they so basically they connect to SAP. I mean, they have to log into SAP. So each basis, a basis team, they have a connection through SAP, through which, just take example how you download OSS nodes from SAP into your system, right? So they log in from SAP into the SAP's portal. From there, they get all this required config of best practices. So basically, you will have here, S/4HANA. You go here. So they will get this navigation, when they're trying to download. So you have to tell them where. It's very clear, through navigation, they can go to warehousing. If here there are more than one, so they may ask you, do you also need advanced warehousing or no? Now, before we start into a project, we need the other modules to complete their activities. Basically, we need so we are at a stage we are creating a warehouse, and we have to do the integration. So before we go into the functional integration and the basis integration, we need these prerequisites to be completed. The finance team should get us the company code. We should have plant codes. Store locations should be identified, which are these decisions should be made. Yeah, the shipping point to be assigned to the plant. We have assumed for all of them, and we are ready. What we also need is plant as customer and plant as vendor. This is very important. We need the sales team and the procurement team to provide us a business partner in S/4HANA system for a customer and vendor. So this is required. This is mandatory. So that's why I mentioned it as a prerequisite. We'll see as we proceed, why they are required, because in many logistic projects, you need them for your STO scenarios and so on. But in EWM, we need them to identify the stocks, basically, for which plant they belong to. Because in EWM, as I told you, you can store products for multiple plants. Though the projects will be less with one warehouse, multiple plants, but EWM is designed to connect to. It's basically a standalone independent module. EWM can be implemented separately, and it can connect to non-SAP ERPs also. It is that standalone module. So So we need to identify which plant stock it is. There are processes like consignment where we need to identify, the vendor, and we have to differentiate the stock between vendor and plant. So there are several processes where we need a plant identification for our stock. Okay, so that's why we will create plant as customer and vendor. This is mandatory. We need to get that created from our um, procurement and sales team. So I'll get it created now, and as we proceed further with our integration settings, we'll see how this can be used. Okay. Okay, so the grouping is very important here. See, this is a grouping which takes a number range into consideration, which number range a business partner is created. Okay, so this grouping controls that. So business partner, this is the general data of business partner, and then we are going to create a vendor and customer data for the business partner.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just keep the address same as plant. Yeah, you'll still need that. This is required for integration. I would say this is required basically for your stock identification. So if you don't, there are some settings going forward where we need to identify, how the stock should be, identified for which is the plant. So if we don't do those settings where this business partner is used, we'll not be able to use EWM. Okay, so business partner, this is the general data, like how we create general data in vendor master or customer master. Okay. See, if at all I have to have identification, this is a just ignore this. You not get this carrier. Somebody has used carrier, special carrier for doc appointment scheduling, but they have made a change to a wrong place, and it's coming up here. So just ignore that. Just maintain that identification type and proceed. So this is general data. Now let's say this a business partner. Now I want to make it as a customer, okay, or a vendor. Okay, so the place we need to go here is going to change mode and assign. Just since you guys are new, I know most of the time it happens. So what I've done here is just giving you the screenshots here, okay, and I've made the note that you should have these roles assigned. So FLCU00 is a company code data for a business partner. FLCU01 is a sales org level data. FLVN00 is a company code data for vendor, and FLVN01 is company code data for vendor master. So these four standard rows should be assigned. Okay. So I'll go in first. I'll start with vendor. Okay. FI data. Okay. So as soon as you click this, you'll have general data coming up here. Okay. So now system will try to create a vendor number. So see, this is business partner, but in the background, it will update the vendor master tables. So a vendor number will be created. I'll say 1934, create vendor with the same code. And if you go here, It's in the FLBN01. Okay. So I'll just browse through the data. If any other, data is required, I'll click on company code and I'll enter our company code here. Just 1710. I'll extend it to our company code. The reconciliation account is mandatory in vendor master. The same thing is coming up here. I'll say domestic payable. Yeah. Simply browse through if any mandatory details are required. If not, I'll just simply save it. Okay. Now I'm going to maintain the purchase organization relevant data. So now if you go to the general, you will see a plant code here. This is very important. This is where, we assign the plant to the business partner or the vendor. Okay. So VL34, we maintained it now. And then let's go to the purchasing tab, enter a purchase organization, PO34. Anything mandatory will maintain, otherwise we'll just simply browse through the fields and save it. Yeah, vendor the center. So how we know that this business partner is a plant? Basically, it represents a plant. We have to assign the plant code to the business partner over here. Change one. Now I'm going to simply extend it to the customer. So FL customers. Start with general data. I'll enter the customer ID that I want. I'll say I need BP1934. So I'll just save it. So just mention, what we need. We need to ensure the business partner that it is assigned to these roles and plant is assigned. This is our requirement in terms of creating a business partner. We got all our prerequisites sorted. We have created our warehouse. So now, we have done the basic org structure setting. Now let us, start with the integration setting. So we need to integrate our warehouse. So this warehouse still, we have created them and the basic org structure is created. But before we start executing the process or start our master data setup, we need some additional integration configurations. Okay, so that the data comes from ERP to EWM and it goes from EWM to ERP. So I'll just quickly give you the definition of what our goal should be, for this integration. So at the end of this integration settings, I'm going to take you through some basis settings, some functional settings, and at the end of this, we should be able to, when we create a product, we should be able to extend it to EWM, or if we create a delivery, it should come to EWM, and when we do a GR, it should flow to ERP. So our aim is, there should be a seamless communication between the systems. Okay, so in S4HANA, basically, we don't do sifting, or we don't send data from ERP to EWM. Okay, this is just one single system in S4HANA. Okay, so master data is synchronized. We don't need to do sifting. We don't need to do IDOC, nothing, because it's just one system. This is one of the main benefit of going with S4HANA.
Embedded,
yeah, that's correct. And if you go for decentralized, then you have to send data to IDOC, or if you're not in S4HANA, you have to use SIF. We, at the end of a training, we'll spend 1 or 2 sessions to talk about, what is the difference between a decentralized system and embedded. Till then, whatever I'm discussing is embedded, because it's easy to understand and it's easy to execute a process. We don't have to swap one system to another all the time. But there are some deltas. We'll discuss them. The deltas are mostly related to your master data integration and some of the some of the additional documents are created in a decentralized system, which we could eliminate them in S/4HANA. So we will be using this master data, material master, your vendor and customer. They are in EWM, basically in SCM. We used to create them as locations. We don't need to do them plant as customer, plant as vendor. When we used to do integration settings, we had to shift the plant as customer and vendor to EWM to create a business partner. We can, you don't have to do them now. Shipping point, when we create a shipping point, we had to create a supply, we have to shift or push the shipping point to EWM, and that would create a supply chain unit. This is still required, but we'll create it manually. As we go ahead through our settings, we'll see how the supply chain unit is created. It basically represents shipping point on the EWM side. So I'll be introducing a lot of new terms: supply chain unit, custodian, part and tool dispose, as we go ahead through this integration settings. So master data, we don't need to do any more settings with the existing S/4HANA framework. It will work seamlessly. It is integrated as a one product. Okay, but for transactional data, it still behaves. I mean, SAP is in process of, still they're in a process of still embedding, thoroughly EWM into ERP. So basically, when we create deliveries, it is still going to create another delivery on the EWM side. We create an inbound delivery in BL31, it creates a delivery on the EWM side. Expectation is in future, we don't need, in the same system, we don't need two delivery documents. So we'll see what SAP brings up in near future. Till 2020, 21, SAP is still has this kind of a architecture where the deliveries are created in ERP, and then in the background they are sent to the same system. Okay, so basically, many consultants, they ask, why we need an integration settings, why we don't have a table like we do an assignment of plans to allocation to warehouse. Why can't we do a WM assignment to EWM warehouse? That should take care of everything. Yeah, I think that's the expectation. I think we'll see a lot of these simplifications from SAP in future, but SAP has a big roadmap next 5-6 years for EWM, so that is going to slowly come up. But for now, if you are implementing S/4HANA, EWM in S/4HANA, you have to do this additional integration settings, which will activate bodies to send your deliveries from ERP to EWM. So your deliveries are replicated to EWM. So deliveries are replicated, and then you post the GR. It's a two-way communication for your transactional data. Okay, so our aim is to connect this to transaction data from the ERP to EWM. So our final aim would be to activate a body. So we run a transaction which activates a body that, as soon as this is a standard body and it's a standard transaction, as soon as the deliveries are created, it's EWM managed, push it to EWM.
Hey there, wanna nail supply management? Our SAP ECC EWM course is here for you. It's all about handling supplies smoothly. This course is your go-to for mastering SAP ECC EWM. Think of it as your toolkit for planning, ensuring we've got enough stuff and getting it where it needs to be. We cover it all, from the basics to some cool advanced tricks. Experts made this so you're in good hands. Your teachers, total pros. They've been at this forever and are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Students love it. Just like you, they found it super useful. And the best part, it's budget friendly. Learning shouldn't cost an arm and a leg, right? Ready to become a SAP ECC EWM whiz? Enroll on our page today. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So, okay, we created org structure, warehouse. Okay, we created plants to location, ERP warehouse, EWM warehouse, shipping points, purchase organization, sales orgs, sales area, and then we also created plant as customer and plant as vendor. Okay, then we started a discussion. Yeah, before that, we also created the EWM warehouse. Okay. And then we started a discussion on EWM integration. We were talking about the architecture, how the systems are integrated, how the data flows from ERP to EWM, and what will be our our requirement at the end of this unit to make sure the data flows from ERP to EWM, EWM to ERP. Here we have, let's say, a purchase order. Okay, this is standard process between ERP and EWM. We have purchase order. For that, we do a good receipt in IM. Okay, without EWM. Now, when it comes to EWM, we have to create inbound deliveries. Inbound delivery is mandatory. Okay, so as soon as the inbound delivery is created, this gets distributed to EWM. Okay, and another inbound delivery is created on the EWM side. The number of inbound delivery can be same or it can be different. Okay, so basically here, this integration point we have to set up. So in this inbound delivery, we'll see our 3-character ERP warehouse, and when it is saved, we'll see when we log into any EWM delivery, our warehouse will be 4-character warehouse. Okay, so whichever document you see on the ERP side and it has a warehouse field, we'll see the 3-character warehouse. Okay, now this delivery is created. We also call this delivery as warehouse request. This delivery is then further processed. We'll do good receipt and then put away. The deliveries are always in sync. Okay, so any changes on the delivery ERP side, it updates EWM. Any change on the EWM side, it updates ERP. So inbound delivery is created, and then as soon as it is saved, and we post a good receipt, a material document is posted in EWM, which will then go and update the ERP system. So again, a message goes from EWM to ERP. This is the same process steps, even in S4HANA and decentralized, the message goes from ERP to EWM. In S4HANA, both ERP and EWM are in the same instance. Still, we have queues and messages from one system to, like, it behaves like it's a different system. Then when the putaway is completed, putaway means you take the parts, you first receive it, you receive the pallet on the scanner, and then you take it to the final bin, and then another message goes to ERP that the delivery is completed. If at all we are receiving the stock in ROD and our putaway is done into AFS storage location, a posting change document is automatically sent to ERP that the storage location has changed from ROD to AFS. So this is optional. This message may go, may not go, depending on your storage location setup or your storage type mapping to the storage locations. But the important point here is these automated messages should be processed and there should be connection between these systems. So clear so far? Shall we proceed? If you see the process, physical processes, you first unload the parts. Yeah, you do the GR in the truck itself, or you unload the parts in the staging area, you do the GR and then do the put away. Yeah, your storage location will be ROD. There will be no interim location yet in the delivery in here.
Yeah.
But when you do the inbound delivery schedule on EWM, it will have the staging area. We don't call it as interim areas anymore. And also, just to make you aware, it's a comparison between WM. We don't have dynamic bins in interim areas. Yes. So here comes the steps from the basis side. So basis will execute some steps on the ERP system as well as EWM. Okay, so now these steps will vary, okay, depending on your EWM version. If you are using a decentralized system or embedded, and an embedded, which system you are using, so So basis team has to do the settings. Okay. I've taken a screenshot of all these settings. We'll go through them one by one. And then, there are some BC sets also, which are recommended by SAP um, to activate as part of this basis settings. So now I don't want to label, that these are the settings, always do these settings and follow this document, because things keep on changing. Okay. So these are the settings which were there in 1909. So what you need to do is you need to go through SAP documentation. They have something called as admin guide. Okay. And it's not for us, it's for the technical team. So they have something called as admin guide. In that admin guide, all these steps are listed, and they may change based on the version, because SAP is making a lot of changes in EWM. So each version, and every year we have a new version. So make sure you're using the latest version of the admin guide. So you'll have a document like this. So this document is not only for EWM, it's for the entire setup in S/4HANA. Okay. So here you'll not only find, the EWM settings. Okay. You'll also find non-EWM related settings also. Like you can see, this is something like a finance thing. So here it is mentioned, how to build a client, how to set up, the best practice in a client. This is not our area. This is entirely basis job. Okay. But you will find here in this a section for EWM. Okay. If you go up, okay, these are the settings for EWM. Before you activate EWM scope items, create the following manual settings in the P system. Okay, so these are the basis settings that they have to follow in the S/4HANA system 1909 before they go and activate the EWM business best practices. See, these are the best practices for EWM. These are the processes which they'll activate. Okay, so you don't have to. I mean, I have the a document which I'll share. But when you can refer that for this system, but whenever you are working for a project, make sure that particular version 2020, 1809, 1709 or decentralized, you refer at the admin guide and make sure. See, it is total responsibility of basis team to make sure that these settings are done, but they may or may not do it. We need to make sure that just visit these nodes and make sure that they have done it. So most of the times you may not even have authorization to display this transaction. These are client level changes, and they do impact how the integration happens from one SAP system to another. So just get these things validated from a basis team that they have done these settings. So these settings, when you go for, I think when you go for an upgrade, you have to look at the release notes and find out what are the new changes. If something has been changed on the integration setting, it would be mentioned in the release note that you additionally do it. Yeah, it can come. Yeah, ideally this won't change much, but when SAP upgrade, they might do certain settings in background for your system. But when you go for a new implementation, you have to do it yourself before you download the best practice. So for when you upgrade, you don't have to look into the guide of a fresh implementation. You look at the release notes where you have to understand what changes I've done from the previous version. Yeah, you will get a consolidation guide, you'll get release notes, you'll find simplification list. There are many documents. Let's go through these settings one by one. So we have logical systems. Okay, so now we will create a dummy logical system, because generally this is a valid logical system, because your destination is because if it's decentralized, different system is created. Okay, let me try to explain you here. So if it is decentralized system, we have, ERP, not ERP, we'll say, okay, ERP, we'll say one ERP for now, EWM. So this system is created as a logical system. Basically, there are settings done separately in ERP, separately in EWM, and the system will how when the data is supposed to send to ERP A, what RSA destination to be used, what logical system to be used. That all configuration is done separately in ERP and EWM. Okay, but when it comes to embedded, you have both. The system is same, ERP and EWM. Both are in the same instance. Okay, but EWM is also in the same. But EWM is also in the same instance. So what we do is we create a dummy system here, dummy logical system. Okay, so basically A is logical system and B logical system are same. Logical systems are basically, a basis, kind of a I would say master data, where no, it's a config data where they identify each system with a name. Okay, and there is a naming convention also. For example, the naming convention here you will find it's system name, EWM client name. So if the system is RSK or PRD, VR0, whatever the system name is, and then EWM and then the client name. Okay, so you'll also get these kind of naming convention proposed by SAP. It used to be a big headache, when these settings were very big in decentralized old days, 7.4, 9.1. But yeah, now slowly SAP has reduced the number of settings. And then the expectation is, slowly they all will be created in background when, when SAP will, further streamline EWM into the embedded system. So all this will slowly go away or will be automated. There are still tools provided by SAP where you can go and do these
But
settings one by
yeah,
one. So we'll go through these settings, understand the logical system, and we'll also visit the config where these settings are mentioned as wizard, but we'll follow this document one by one. We'll see the settings. Tool-based ERP integration, and you have, you're talking about this, they also have a wizard for warehouse integration. Okay. So generally, if you click on the documentation, you'll see all the steps that we have listed. They are here in the document. You'll find them here. Okay. Then we have functional settings also. We'll come back to them. We have to do. I told you we have to do some functional setting for the integration. Today, let us focus on the basis. Okay. So these all settings you have seen. They are also there in the document. Okay. Now we'll go through them one by one. I think this wizard is good to navigate. So if you want to go to the and navigate and verify, if you want to go to the logical system, you can come here and see a logical system. Now this test system, you have several logical systems. Yes, so I mentioned here DV1 client 400 is the ERP logical system. We don't have to change anything here. They already set up. And then the dummy logical system for EWM is DV2 EWM 400. So these are the two systems that have been created by basis team for this client. Then the next thing is assign logical system to client. So if you look at this, the logical system, the client is 400. This is company code setting. And you can see DV1 is assigned to the client. So say this client config is not new. Okay. This client config SCC4 transaction has been there since the start of SAP. So this logical system of ERP, it is assigned to client. So if you come here, we see here that for DB2 EWM 400, this is the DB2 EWM 400. This is the EWM logical system, dummy logical system. It is assigned to RFC destination. RFC destination is generally it uses we use RFC destination to connect to another system. The other system is EWM only. So if you I mean S4 HANA only. So if we copy this and if you go to /OSM59, if you see it here, this is the RFC destination. And if you try to connect it, it will open the same system. So this RFC destination is also a dummy one. It is opening the same system, ES1400. We need to understand the background. SAP came from a decentralized system into embedded. Okay, so in decentralized, this used to be a RFC destination. You can test RFC destination, and it used to open up EWM system here. Okay, you can do a connection and you can do a test that from ERP you go to EWM. There used to be RFC destination on EWM side where you could ping SAP ERP, the ECC, and see if the connection is there or not. But now it is dummy in S4HANA because it is within the same system. See, we don't have to look at anything else here because here you'll have a lot of systems. We just need one system.
Okay.
And you can see here the only system we need is the EWM system. Okay. It will be, if it is decentralized, there will be two in EWM there will be RFC destination to point to ECC. In ECC there will be RFC destination to point to EWM. Then coming back to our wizard. Okay, so we created RFC destination. So this is the one which you have to look at. Others bases will create many, so just ignore them.
Yep.
And you can see I have for this system, this is the RFC destination. If in case while you're trying out yourself, okay, please make a note. Then let's move on to the next one. So we go to transaction SMQS. So here you can see the RFC destination is mentioned here. So we should have expected here DV2 EWM 400. It should have been here. So let me check. So okay, so the keyword scheduler is it's not for the EWM client, it is for this is RFC destination. This is for the ERP system. Okay, not for the EWM. So here our ERP basically this is the RFC destination for EWM. So there is also RFC destination for the same system, DV1 client 400. So this RFC destination, what it does, basically here we have a connection time and a runtime. So basically, whenever EWM is, see, this doesn't make sense in embedded, but I'll just try to explain you from a decentralized perspective. If some data is coming from EWM to ERP, or in this case, some data is going from ECC to EWM. In that case, whatever is the destination, this is the connection time. Okay, it tries to connect in 2 seconds and it will keep on trying. And if it doesn't connect for 60 seconds, it will give a runtime error. Okay. So this is keyword scheduler is, you can change these parameters and it's purely basis parameters and they change it. We start with, SAP recommended parameters and we change them if required. Here for the ECC RFC destination, we go and maintain, like if data is coming from EWM, we go and maintain what is the maximum connection time and the runtime. So that also has been given by SAP. The recommendation is to keep it 1 and 60. I haven't seen any project so far past 8-9 years where we have changed anything here. It's pretty standard and it works really well. The connection, it's not trying to, I'm not pretty sure about this indicator, but it's always inactive. and think it's internally it sets up active and inactive. Maybe some process, if it's going through, it will be active. Then the next one is the queue in scheduler. So queue in scheduler, the transaction is SMQR. Okay, so these are the queues which are coming from ERP to EWM, EWM to ERP. For them, they have this, these, if you click them, you will see the queues. So now this is very important. You can see for each one how many queues have failed. So this is important because here the runtime is 60 seconds. Yeah, same from the previous thing. These two indicators are very important because if data comes from ERP to EWM or EWM to ERP, if at all there is locking. Okay, so let's say I've changed my metal master. I'm in a change mode in my metal master and we're trying to post a good receipt. Standard system in MyGo will get an error. The purchase order, the product is blocked by user. But here, what happens? The queue comes, the GR queue comes, it goes into a retry status. Okay, so this is important where it goes into retry. It says the product is locked. It will take a pause of 300 seconds. That means 5 minutes. And then it will again try to post the document. So like that, it's going to do every 5 minutes, 30 times, approximately 1.5 hours. It will keep on trying to post the document. Generally, the locks are not kept for so long. So once the lock is removed, the queue will be processed. Okay. And if at all the lock is there, even after somebody has kept it open and he forgot and he's been working since then on the screens for more than 1.5 hours, then the queue will fail, saying that the object is locked. Yeah, so when you are troubleshooting, you're resolving some queue failures.
Yeah.
So in that case, with experience, you'll get it, because you realize, what queues are for what. So basically, I don't find a list here. Generally, we have a list of all this scheduler here. Okay, but I've removed in this version. So if you see here, SMQR and SMQ, SMQR. Okay. If you look into SMQR, these are the ones. I think somewhere the document they'll be there. So DLV, this is based on my experience, but SAP will still just give you a list. These are the ones: DLV, DLW, EWM, WM. So DLVs are anything which is going from ERP to EWM. If you post a good receipt, it has DLW. If you any document is created in EWM, like a physical inventory or a scrapping, which is not related to delivery, you have EWM star. And if anything is related to production integration, it has PR star. Anything related to thing WM star, I don't know. This is okay. This is anything related to a task creation, like you do a good receipt and a putaway task has to be created or a picking task has to be created. Within EWM, it is WM star. So we did queue out, queue in. Now we'll see setup for QRFC administration for SIF queue display. So this is transaction SMQE. Now SMQE is a transaction where all these queues, they are assigned to a program. Okay, in the document itself, SAP will give a display program. So what these display programs are, so they are basically, they help you in troubleshooting. So if at all you come across a situation where there is a queue and you want to see the log of that queue, right? So if a queue has failed, so this is a queue, for example, you want to see the log of this queue, why it failed. So if you double click this, it will give you a log like this. It will give you a detailed log why it failed. So here there are no logs selected because log is not activated for the delivery, but you know, it should give you a detailed log like this, as we saw in the first instance. It should give you a detailed log. Basically, all logs are recorded in a transaction SLG1. So you don't have to go into SLG1. It should go and get all the logs for you from the system, from the SLG1 log. So this display program is required. If the display program is not assigned, you'll not be able to see the logs. Okay. So make sure the business team has activated the logs. So this is, yeah, this helps you with, this display program will help you with reading the logs which are created for the queue. It really helps in troubleshooting. Otherwise, you know, based on that date and time, you have to go in SLG1. It's really painful otherwise. Right. So we did the settings. Now the setting is for master data integration. Yeah, that's correct. Who is executing a transaction, you can find in that day. See, in decentralized system, you'll have an RFC user if you are investigating a good receipt, but in embedded, it is the same. So now we have two terms called business system group and business system. Okay. So business system is used for transactional data and business system group is used for master data. Okay. Now the business system group, I'll explain you what it is, what is the background for having it. But here you can see for our system, the business system group is BSG. So this is the logical system, okay, the ERP logical system. So now here, you need to understand this business system group is basically used not in embedded, but in a decentralized system. In embedded, you will just create one business system group and that's it. It will stay there forever. But this is used in the decentralized system, because in decentralized, if you have master data, that is, let's say, product, okay, you have EWM system connected to two, you can have EWM system connected to two ERP system. Okay. Now when the material T100 is sent, or let's say there is another material T200, when this material is sent to EWM, EWM knows. So ideally, you know what I would do here, ideally what I would need here is, I have a logical system. Let's say logical system is ERPA client 100, and ERP system for B is ERP B client 200. Ideally, when the material is getting stored, for recognizing this material which system it belongs to, I would store logical system, right? Logical system is the best thing, right? But why SAP is not storing logical system, but another element called business system group? Instead of this logical system is assigned to a business system group, let's say BSGA, and this is assigned to BSGB. Rather than storing logical system, my product has BSGA and BSG. So any guesses, you know, why SAP brought business system group rather than storing the logical system? Why it is a business system group is stored here? Yeah, but I could have also stored logical system. Like I would have stored ERP A client 100 and ERP B client B 200 here.
Nothing to do with if they got the same kind of material number in both the system.
Yeah,
No.
if they're same kind, then we will have to do an enhancement, and we will have to add a prefix or a suffix, because product master is one. So I would say AT. This is one of the reason So when when you're connecting to more than one ERP system, we have to implement a body, and we do it at a business system group level. That is one thing that is used. But the main reason is this logical systems are basis master data. They can change it tomorrow. There is some reason, they might have changed the name here. Okay, they can bring in a new logical system. Now if the logical system is assigned to a product, the product will become corrupted if you change the logical system. With masking of business system group, your product is same. Your product does not change. Your business system group does not change for the product. Once you've started your project, once you've started using production system, the business system group remains the same throughout the time you're going to use EWM. So now you saw in the product there was business system group A. Now let's say if SAP, somebody from basis, they change the client for some reason. They say ERP 1, 2, 3. They add something here. They change it. We just have to change the assignment of ERP 1, 2, 3 to BSGA. Okay. So in the product, there's no impact on the product, even though the client has changed. Somebody senior may understand, but if they are juniors, they simply follow the notes and they do it. But it has a very important
Impact.
implication on our master data. Whenever you do a refresh, client refresh, what happens? Your product client refresh your logical systems. See, there is a client here. Let's say my production client is 500. So as soon as I refresh, my client 100 gets overwritten by 500. So now when this delivery 18001 comes here, it has to have the business system information. That's how we'll tell the system from which system it came from. And that's the system is going to look when we have to send a GR message. System will look at that business system and try to send it data to that system. So again, just to make sure there is no dependency on the logical systems, they can change with client refresh, or basis can change. SAP has brought its own business system object, which will help us to make sure that we don't corrupt our transactional data. So I'm just going to show you an inbound delivery where you can see the business system, and we'll see what business systems are configured in this, in our embedded. It's purely, straightforward. We don't, so there's just one system and one business system group. So here there is business system. Yeah, this is the business system in our client. Due to 400, and then it is assigned to a logical system here. Okay, yeah, it's the enter transaction when you say own business system. So this is assigned here, and this is our own business system, and thought it's assigned here somewhere to the logical system also. No. Okay, yeah, this config will come. So here you will see the business system and the warehouse. It's recorded here into the delivery based on the warehouse. We have it. This will do tomorrow.
Yeah, but this is the main
For
link.
our this is function setting, but yeah, we will see business system there. So let me open a delivery, any delivery. You can see the deliveries. It is storing the business system information from which system the. So when a queue comes, it has the business system information, and then it assigns a delivery to it. It stores the business system into the delivery data. So this is the business system configuration. I'll come back again. We first define the business system here. Yeah, this setting is where we create a business system. Then there are some more settings. We'll do that in the functional. So there are 3 settings for business system in the wizard. So define business system, Same business system, you have to put it into your own business system config. So own business system means, if in case you are connecting to, if at all you are creating data internally in EWM, it's not coming from ECC, you create a delivery in EWM. So this will store internal delivery. It will take this business system, that the business system for the same. So we keep it same as the ERP if it is embedded. So let's say you create a delivery in EWM itself. You create an internal delivery. Let's say we create a delivery for production supply. It's not updating ERP. It is within the warehouse. So then it will look at this own business system because there is no ERP involved here. There will be just one own business system. This test system has two more. Just ignore them. It will take the own business system and it will update in the delivery, because delivery as a document needs business system. What I'm saying, there will be scenarios where there is no connection to ERP, no requirement of any deliveries from ERP. You can also generate deliveries only in EWM for EWM processes. So when you're supplying to production, you don't want to update ERP. There's an internal delivery. Yeah, so this is the last basis settings where for the business system, we say what is the queue type, how's the aggregation, how's the mass queue activation. So these are again, default indicators provided by SAP, and we don't change them. We maintain them same like how it is provided by SAP. So, queue type inbound means, see, whenever you're sending data from one system to another, there has to be some validation, and there has to be some, validations. If they fail, it has to post an error, right? So the queue will always, when it is being sent from ERP, it will be sent directly. It will not do any validation. Validation will be done on the EWM inbound side. Or if a queue is coming from EWM to ERP, when it is sent from EWM, it will not do any validation. But when it comes as an inbound to ERP, it will check whether the material is extended or not, whether the period is open or not, or material is blocked or not. All those validation checks will be done in the inbound side. So that's why, whenever you are doing queue monitoring, you will only monitor the inbound queues. You'll never find any failures in outbound. Okay. So when we are sending data, we are just pushing it across. We are not, since these are SAP system, we could also do some validation. In embedded, you can, in embedded, you can do the same validation on sending when you're sending. But just to, make, I think, the queue monitoring simple or at one place, SAP has made the queue type as inbound. If you guys have worked into decentralized WMS systems, the other two indicators are basically to help us with the queue processing. So prior to EWM, whenever we used to connect WM to a decentralized or, similar scenarios, we used to have, multiple ERP systems connected and to a WMS system. So the data, when it comes and goes, we used to have, whenever, it's RFC, we used to have queues. Now the benefit here is, or what the settings they control, two things. One, there is a separate queue for each document, but prior to EWM, or there used to be some systems, I've seen some systems where there was just one queue, WM star. So if one delivery used to fail, everything else used to fail. Okay, so here it is neatly designed, so deliveries are independent. So if you see here, we say is mass queue deactivated. That means every document will have its own individual queue. The second thing is no aggregation. That means, whenever a delivery is failing, we saw in the slide, you have two postings coming from EWM to ERP. First is the GR, the second is the posting change. So this posting change will fail if the good receipt has failed. Okay, because it is reference to the same document. Definitely it has to fail because it cannot do a stock posting change if at all the product itself has not been received in ROD, how will ROD to AFS will functionally, it is pretty much well understood by us, but technically, we needed that, check-in system. So that has been built in. So you will see sometimes here the entries are just 111, but sometimes we'll see more than one entries, 5-6 entries here, because you have the first one has failed, the others have all subsequent postings for the deliveries have also failed. Okay, so the queues, they are we don't do a mass queue are deactivated, and aggregation is not allowed. That means we'll have individual queues for each delivery, and they are basically dependent on others. So the first queue, the first posting that takes place should be processed, then the later postings for that delivery will be processed. Otherwise they'll get piled up here waiting for the failure to be removed.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. SAP EWM is an integral part of which SAP module? Option A, SAP ERP Central Component, ECC. Option B, SAP Supply Chain Management, SCM. Option C, SAP Customer Relationship Management, CRM. Option D, SAP Product Lifecycle Management, PLM. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, wanna nail supply management? Our SAP ECC EWM course is here for you. It's all about handling supplies smoothly. This course is your go-to for mastering SAP ECC EWM. Think of it as your toolkit for planning, ensuring we've got enough stuff and getting it where it needs to be. We cover it all, from the basics to some cool advanced tricks. Experts made this so you're in good hands. Your teachers? Total pros. They've been at this forever and are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Students love it. Just like you, they found it super useful. And the best part, it's budget friendly. Learning shouldn't cost an arm and a leg, right? Ready to become a SAP ECC EWM whiz? Enroll on our page today. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
How EWM would connect to more than one ERP, and how business system group and business system can be used in a decentralized environment. So today we'll proceed with our settings. We'll go ahead and maintain some functional configuration related to integration. So some of this configuration which we are going to cover today, they may not be all integration relevant. Some of this configuration are required for EWM. Some may be from the logistics side, logistic execution side, some maybe from the EWM side. But these configuration, they may be optional in logistic execution, but they may be mandatory with EWM. Okay, so let's go through them one by one. But yeah, let's refer the list of configs in the wizard and follow them manually. Okay, I think it's better to follow the slide because yeah, so these are the BC sets. I think somebody was asking if we need to know what are the standard BC sets. And these are the BC sets which will have the basis, the basic settings for the best practice setup. It should already be there, but if you don't have, you can use these BC sets. Okay, so we have okay, I think they don't cover all the configs, so let me go through the slide. Okay, so first configuration is for the business system. We would map. So for the business system, we will map what is the warehouse, from where the deliveries are coming, and we'll map it to a 4-character warehouse in EWM. Okay, so we have here ERP integration. I think it should be here. Yeah, assign warehouse number from logistic execution. So here you can see for embedded system, business system is blank, because when we are working with embedded system, we don't get we don't integrate EWM with another ERP. It's only specific to that ERP. So that's why business system, you cannot connect to more than one business system. So the warehouse we created is W34 and WH34. Yeah. EWM warehouse WH34. So when the deliveries which are coming from ERP, they'll have in the queue, they will have warehouse W34, and then it will create a parallel delivery for warehouse, another delivery, a EWM delivery for warehouse, WH34 in EWM. It was standalone, then we would have also mentioned the business system. So we would have maintained one entry for ERPA, that business system, and this would be another entry for ERPB. Yeah, so there are two deliveries, two type of deliveries. One is within warehouse, or one we should update ERP. If for within warehouse, it will use the own business system. But if it has to update ERP, we need to maintain in the delivery creation which business system it is created for. See, this business system generally it becomes important, where there can be chances in decentralized, the same warehouse code will be used by two ERP systems.
Yeah.
In that case, this becomes mandatory. But yeah, if you don't see in decentralized also, if you keep it blank, should be fine. That means it covers all the business systems. So let's move ahead. The next configuration is mapping of store location. So we have store location and we have four, basically our overall warehouse we are divided into four groups. Yeah. So based on the store location, we have raw material. Four areas, I would say, not groups. We have raw material, we have available for sale. That means where the raw materials are going to be stored. We have finished goods area, we have production area. So we need to map the store location to in EWM so that we could identify each of these areas separately. Okay, so these mapping is done through a object called as availability group. We'll not be discussing availability group because it itself is a big topic which will take at least one session. So what I'm going to do now here is I'm going to maintain this config, just assign whatever is the standard availability group for our store location. We'll revisit that, we'll create new groups, and we will maintain it later when we cover this in more detail in inbound. But this is mandatory because when the store location comes in EW, when the store location information comes in EWM, EWM will not know. EWM basically doesn't store the store location details. So EWM needs some availability group to identify that this is separate. And based on that, the stock will be seen as a separate entity. Depending on our requirement, we also have a process type level. It can also take from store location.
Okay.
Depending on our process, we will either maintain it at a process type or a storage type level. So in the standard system, we have availability group 1 and 2. Okay, 1 for receiving on dock, 2 for available for sale, and this is the logical system. So just if you can correlate, this is data, this is delivery data which will come from ERP. This plant, if a delivery comes with this plant, or I would say when we are trying to receive a stock from this plant, this store location, it came from this system. This is the warehouse, and it will identify this store location stock as a separate availability group and another store location as a separate. So whenever we are trying to have multiple store locations, we have to assign them to a separate availability group. We have to create a new availability group for each store location for that particular warehouse. So this availability group, you can high level, you can imagine this is, it's basically your store location. It's a placeholder for your store location. And this will help you in EWM to identify which stock belongs to which store location. Okay, otherwise we'll not be able to find it. We need to know raw materials separately, sales separately. So in EWM also you can identify the storage location specific stock. There is no field like storage location in EWM. Using alternative group, we kind of identify which stock belongs to which storage location. Now, I will introduce a new object called as supply chain unit. Okay, so basically, the warehouse that we create, we need to create a supply chain unit for the warehouse. Okay, so why we need supply chain unit for a warehouse? Basically, where it is used. So if you see here, I'm just trying to help you correlate. If you see here, when we create a warehouse, there is no address information here. Like we have address data in a plant config, we don't have in a shipping point config, we don't have similar address information stored here. For a warehouse, the address information is taken from supply chain unit. The time zone information is taken from supply chain unit. That's how SAP has created this. This is a master data, okay, and we create supply chain unit. This is master data, and we create supply chain unit basically as part of a cutover. Okay, so for your warehouse, you will create supply chain unit, only once during your cutover activities. So the supply chain unit, basically you can create it with the same name, WH34, or if you want, you can just do like this, SCU-WH34. It all depends, um, what naming convention you agree. I think WH34 is good enough here. So this supply chain unit basically is a SCM object. It was also used for APO. We also use this in transportation management as well. So all SCM modules, they use this supply chain unit. And here you can enter your type. So don't get confused. There are several more types. We may not use all of them. We'll just use 2 or 3 of them. Others are being, used by other SCM modules, SNP and all those SPPAs and all. So this supply chain unit, we have to create it manually. Okay. And I'll just tell you what else we can maintain here. Warehouse WH34. Okay, we have a time zone here, which I will say /o extend. I'll take it from the plant. If I enter the address, I think it will take up the time zone. But Fury is for users. So when we go into these scenarios, then we'll use Fury. This is kind of a integration master data we set up for integration. We don't, other modules may be using them for like transportation. It may be used like a business master data, but for EWM, the business users don't use them. Now, this is important. So we maintain now for system to know that this is a warehouse. We need to also do something like but I think this should be more used when you're using cross-docking scenarios across warehouse and transportation scenarios, where for each location you have a global number, but within the warehouse we don't use them. So the business attribute assignment is important. Okay, so we need to make sure we assign INV. Okay, and there may be some planning done, so we also assign planning location as well. Okay, so these are the 2 important business attributes we need to assign. So your address for your warehouse can be different than your plant. So still you create a separate, let's keep it simple, this supply chain is for warehouse, not for plant. You can use very well use plant code also if you want. If you want to do that, it's fair enough. That doesn't matter because this has to be further assigned to the warehouse. So you can assign naming convention, you can use anything, but this is warehouse, this is not a plant. Yeah, it will work with one, but you can also say, WH34 is your shipping point. Okay, so your shipping points are different. So when we create a shipping point, okay, when the shipping points are communicated from ERP to EWM, we call them as good receiving office and shipping office. So there is a field in EWM deliveries as good receiving office, shipping office. So when your shipping point comes to EWM, it looks for a supply chain unit and with that attributes so that it can identify this. Okay. So ideally in a decentralized system or a old system in S4 before S4 HANA, we used to sift shipping points to EWM, which would automatically create a supply chain unit. See, it's still early days, EWM is predominantly was a decentralized module. Okay, so it's still early days in S4 HANA. Now the whole decentralized system has been embedded into S4 HANA. Okay, so we still are carrying forward, all the settings that we used to do in decentralized systems, still we do the same in embedded. I understand this is a valid question. Many clients also ask this question, especially with deliveries. They say, why we have two deliveries, one ERP, one EWM. I think slowly SAP will make it a more integrated system, but still till then, we have to do it this way. That's why, wherever I'm explaining you something, I'm showing you where to get the standard SAP document so that you can get the latest updates, because a lot of things are changing in every version of EWM. It will be seamlessly integrated in future. Yeah, that is the expectation. Yeah, somebody who doesn't have a background, but somebody has not worked in decentralized or prior to S4, it is very confusing. I agree. So coming back to the attributes again, attributes are important. We will assign this as a good receiving office. So shipping points, in ECC, we say in inbound deliveries also we need a shipping point. We call it as a good receiving point. In outbound deliveries, call it as a shipping point. It's the same object. In EWM, same way we have for good receiving, we have a good receipt office. In um, outbound, we have shipping office, and then in our deliveries, we'll see when we start with deliveries, you'll see the shipping point from our ERP delivery. When we create a EWM delivery, the shipping point field will be updated into a delivery field, EWM delivery field called as good receipt office or shipping office. So I'll also assign planning location here. Supply chain units that are created, we just need these two for integration perspective. There is a master data called as location that gets created when we assign a planning location. Basically, any supply chain unit, you may execute some planning. So planning, again, it's not done by us, but a transportation team can do planning with from a supply chain unit to cross docking warehouse, or you may do it for a transit location. So each, they need a master data called as location, which gets created when we maintain planning location. You will, if you don't maintain plan location going forward in some integration settings, you will get a message, it's not a planning location. So it's required for warehouse and shipping point basically. So what I will do is I'll look into this. So, and then, there is like how we assign supply chain, how we assign a plant to a shipping point. Same way, we will assign the supply chain unit of warehouse to supply chain unit of uh, receiving office and shipping office. So here for our warehouse, I'm going to maintain entry PL34 INV, and I'm going to assign it to supply chain unit SH34 RO and SH34 SO. Okay, so I'll do that settings. I need to first fix this supply chain unit which I've created wrongly. Okay, I'll take a pause here. Any other questions? Because I'm going to start a new discussion on custody and pattern dispose. Any questions so far? Okay, so before we go into this config, there is another config which we need to make sure it's maintained. This is acknowledge use of advanced functions. So when we go with EWM implementation in embedded system, okay, as an embedded deployment option, you have two license possibility. One is your S4HANA license, which you would have taken along with your, we call it as enterprise license, which where you have already taken modules like MMP, PSD. So through that, you also get a basic warehouse management. Okay, so EWM is included in your S4HANA license. Okay, if you're using these functionalities like simple inbound, outbound, deconsolidation, internal movements, physical inventory, reporting. If you're using very basic lean EWM, then it's free. But if you use these functionalities, if you're using slotting, waves, MFS, labor management, kitting, customization, talk appointment scheduling, if you're using these functionalities, then you need to buy an additional license. I think all are okay. The major challenge comes with waves. This is the main reason many people have to go for the advanced. Wave is not there in standard. So others, I don't see much of the companies using them. There are specialized companies like they have huge warehouses, automobiles and paints especially. They have huge warehouses. They use a lot of MFS and they're willing to pay because they have, rather than paying for an external system, with some additional license, they are getting an integrated system. That's okay for them. They are okay to pay. But somebody who wants to use basic, this is the functionality which really hurts them. So you need to come here and acknowledge if you're using advanced functionality, advanced EWM. If you're selected here as basic, and if you're using any advanced EWM functionality, then it is audited by SAP, and you may be maybe not sure. You may be fined, or you may be told to stop using it or buy an additional license. I don't know, but SAP does audit this. So it's advanced for us because we are going to test everything in the test system. We have to do by default. It will be blank when you take for your warehouse. It will be like no acknowledgement. You just have to select. It is advanced. Standard SAP is advanced. So the best practice is advanced. We have copied best practice. Yes, it will come here as advanced. Why we need to revisit whether we are really having an advanced or we are using a basic. So it may be, you have to revisit this. I'm not saying, it may be, so many things will be, depending on your system setup. I think many things will be in built in your system, like waves. If somebody downloads BC set for waves, you still can download BC set for waves. It doesn't stop you from using it. If you're using a base, if you've set up a basic, it doesn't stop you anywhere. So only with SAP's report, their audit report, they will be able to catch, that this is basic and there is data in waves. That means wave is being used. So, okay, let's move on to the next three important definitions: patent to dispose, custodian, and owner. So when we look at our stock in EWM, we'll have these identifications in our deliveries at our stock level. So what are these identifications and where they can be different? So first of all, patent to dispose, just simply correlate it with your plant. Okay, so this is an organization at which level the stocks are planned. So when you look at your stock, so you need to know who's planning this stock. Okay, who takes decision for the stock. Okay, that's the party until to dispose. Your custodian is somebody who is storing the stock. Okay, so basically a company may be doing planning. Let's say I have stock of I'm planning PL WH34. PL34 is my partner to dispose, but my custodian can be another warehouse, or can be another partner. For example, I give it to DHL. The custodian of the stock is DHL. Okay, so the physical custody is with them. So in an embedded simple scenario, if you're not using external third-party warehouses, your plant itself is your custodian. They do the planning, and then they are the custodian. So party to dispose, custodian, owner, these all are business partners. So that's where we are going to use our plant as business partner that we created yesterday. So for our warehouse, I'm going to say BP 1934 is the party to dispose. That is the party that is taking decisions for the stock, planning the stock, and this same business partner, I'm going to assign it so that I'm telling the system that the custody is with the plant itself. Physical custody is it's the plant itself, and they are the custodian of the stock. And by doing this, I'm also, for example, let's say we have a third-party warehouse. I would create a BPDHL, and I'll assign it to the warehouse. That means my partner to dispose may be BP1934, but my custodian can be BPDHL. Okay, so in our case, a custodian is the plant itself. Then we don't need it as part of integration, but when we go into further scenarios, you'll come across another or maybe at a stock level. When we look at a stock, you'll come across another definition called as owner. So what is owner? Owner is a party or a business partner. So all these three are business partners. Okay, who owns the stock? See, custodian may be in a physical possession, but it can be legally owned by someone else. An example is vendor consignment. So in your vendor consignment stock, when you look into it in EWM, in most of you are familiar, when we see a vendor consignment stock, we see vendor's code and we'll see a special stock category as K. But when you see the same thing in EWM, you'll not see special stock category. We don't have them in EWM. You'll see the owner is BP XYZ, whatever is the vendor code. So the vendor name comes as the owner. There's just one field of special stock category, just one field owner, where the vendor name is maintained. When we want to change it from vendors to vendor consignment stock to our own stock, we will change the owner from BPXYZ to BP1934. So changing the owner will do a transfer posting from vendor consignment stock to our own stock. Okay, so we will be discussing this as part of vendor consignment process. So that's where we are going to use it. All normal stock. So this owner is updated by system internally. So when you do a process of a normal receipt, it automatically updates the owner as 1934. But when you receive a vendor consignment stock, automatically it updates the owner as a vendor. Okay, when you do 101K, it updates your owner as your the vendor as your owner. That's correct. As part of the process, you have to take my approval, but who is basically party responsible, a owner, a vendor, or a customer, they can't do it. We are just maintaining their ownership, or that they legally own it, or it's basically their property. That identification is there, but anything to do with your stock, the partner will dispose is the person who is going to take the decisions and make it. Yeah, obviously he has to reach out to the owners, take their agreement. You will have individual lines for each owner. One stock cannot have more than one owner, right? One piece, one quantity, one unit can either belong to you or it can belong to me. Owner is taken by the process. That's why I told you, when you receive a vendor consignment material system, based on the movement type, it's going to update your owner. Okay, so yeah, you put it correctly. So let's look into that scenario. So if you are a third party, your partner will dispose will be your plant. So if you are DHL, your warehouse will be, let's say, WS34, supply chain unit DH34, that's your warehouse, DHL. Custodian, DHL. Party and dispose will be your, let's say, PL34. It's a different plant. So your party and dispose will be different, because for you, you're not the person taking decisions for your stock. Somebody else is taking. If you have more than, if you are a DHL, your warehouse, you have a warehouse, you're using EWM there, and you may have stock of Tesco, Wasda, yeah. In that case, you have to keep it blank, because you need to understand this is default party entitled to dispose. So default will help you with whenever system needs a party to dispose, it will just take this. But when you are storing stock for more than one, you have to tell the system, let's say you're scrapping, then you have to tell the system whose stock you're scrapping. A jam or a tomato ketchup, you have to tell it whether you're creating it for Tazda or you're creating it for Tesco. So warehouse, we have in ERP, we have warehouse W34, EWM, WS34. We have maintained the party and to dispose and the custodian. The plant is created, we have also created warehouse with the attributes INV and planning location. We could have also created supply chain unit in any other code, in plant code also. We have done it in a warehouse code. Story location are mapped as availability group. For now, we've just used the existing ones. Going forward, when we discuss availability group, it basically contains different stock types. Plant as customer, plant as vendor, we've created them as business partner. Shipping point, we have created them as supply chain unit, receiving office, and sales office. Here we have completed all our integration for a warehouse. Then what I want you to do, this year we have completed a unit 1, our first week. I want you to go through this, okay, and a bill of material. Once you get the system, just look at the ERP setup of this bill of material, of these products. And also you can go through this layout. Just try to, visualize what we are trying to cover here. Just make sure you're used to this layout, so that we'll start executing the process. When I say, I may, say 8003, you should understand, yeah, this is general storage. Just make yourself aware of the naming convention. So this is going to be a pump manufacturing process you're going to execute. Okay, so for pump manufacturing, these are the components, a bill of material. So this is a pump storage. So make sure 8004 and 6, if you have access system, you can also try browsing through, the storage types and other warehouse nodes. But make sure you have reached this point. You have completed, all the settings that we have covered so far. And by this way, our warehouse is integrated. Then, okay, we have a Fiori link and we have Fiori tiles. When we start Fiori tiles. When we start the process, I will take you through the tiles and I'll show you how you can add them to your favorites. From a functions perspective, it is just a user interface. Why I'm negating Fiori's impact in EWM? Because EWM users are using RF. Fiori, we just have in an ideal environment, nobody's going to use Fiori. Nobody's going to use those fancy Fiori apps. Just they're going to use warehouse monitor on the desktop. Not, I would not say it's very good for EWM. EWM, whatever innovations SAP has brought, they have brought a new packing transaction. For production, they have new transactions. So for example, creating a delivery, creating a sale order. Okay, it's the same thing that we create in that we use in desktop mode, for example. Then then there's no point in going through this in Fiori, but they have given a new transaction, a new innovative transaction, which basically is not like this, it is something else. Then it makes sense, to learn that and explore that. So yeah, my aim is to, not to show you this, which we can also see in desktop, but to show you some innovative transaction, what's new. So,
You're good.
mhm.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
have one question here. So actually, I supposed to ask this question in the last session. So actually, we last session we configured this business systems and business system group, right? That again, that client against the client, first we assign the client and assign a client with BSGA and BSGB, right?
Yeah, yeah.
See, actually, my question here is, see, the one client to another client, we assign the business system group and business systems. See, when we, for one scenario, I'll tell you. See, for example, against inbound delivery, we are going to perform RF receiving through RF gun. See, that case, how system determine this device, that there is a link, how the link between the RF device and system. So is any URL, web URL configured in the system, or how it is?
There are two things. You first spoke about business system group and then about RF. I don't think business system group has to do anything with RF. Yeah, business system group, because those are with your delivery creations or your product master data creation. So the execution is through RF. So when we create a delivery, we post a good receipt for the handling units through RF. We create a putaway through RF. And when we do a outbound, we do picking through RF, we do a goods issue through RF. We don't do goods issue, we stage it, we do the staging, we do the loading through RF.
Yeah.
So RF connection to EWM, it's basically through ITS, and we will cover that in detail in our third unit, how to connect, how to execute the process, how the connection is set up, what are our responsibilities there. We will specifically discuss this entire RF setup in our unit 3. Okay, all right. Last thing before we end, there is something called as distribution model. It's supposed to come later, but I'll do it now. So basically, this is a basis settings. It's part of the basis settings in the admin guides and other places, but generally we functional do it. So basis may take our warehouse number from us, and this basically what it does, it activates the bodies to send the transactional data to EWM. So once you've done the integration, okay, this is the logical system for EWM. Let's take that from our data sheet. You just have to go here and execute it. Say create entries, execute it. You can see it has said okay. And then if you can come here and check, it will say data correct for warehouse W34. Okay, so just run this transaction once you've done the integration. This is basically required to activate all the bodies for distributing the deliveries. So if you don't do this, you create a delivery, it will not go to EWM.
Hey there! Want to nail supply management? Our SAP ECC EWM course is here for you. It's all about handling supplies smoothly. This course is your go-to for mastering SAP ECC EWM. Think of it as your toolkit for planning, ensuring we've got enough stuff and getting it where it needs to be. We cover it all, from the basics to some cool advanced tricks. Experts made this, so you're in good hands. Your teachers, total pros. They've been at this forever and are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Students love it. Just like you, they found it super useful. And the best part, it's budget friendly. Learning shouldn't cost an arm and a leg, right? Ready to become a SAP ECC EWM whiz? Enroll on our page today. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So today we'll be starting with our next unit, which is warehouse structure and EWM master data. At the end of this unit, we will go through. We'll be able to configure the structure elements within the warehouse, the storage type, section, bins. There's a new structure element called activity areas. We have some more like doors, staging areas. We'll try to understand them, see how they are configured in system, and then we'll also discuss the master data objects, products, packaging specification in more detail. There are other master data objects which will list them, but we will not go through them in detail with this unit this week. We will go through them in detail in our process scenarios, sessions, because they require some background, like PSA will require some background data to create a PSA in system or understand in more detail. Okay, so the focus will be on the products and the packaging specification in master data. We'll also talk about the mass upload tools for these objects, storage bin upload, product upload, and also about pack spec upload, what tools we use, the templates I'll share with you. In warehouse, we have these structure elements. We have, there are a few more to start with. And then in warehouse, we have storage types, then we have sections and bins. So storage type, basically you can imagine physically it's a room, a different section, different area of your warehousing complex. So these, you can have a storage type created with bins with similar characteristics, and some of the common storage types are the fixed bin storage, high rack storage. You store the products on floor or open storage, bulk storage, pushback racks. So there are several types of storages in a warehouse. So basically, depending on the storage, you would identify it as a storage type. So I'll say fixed bin storage, for example. Here, the concept is, we assign a fixed bin to our products, and product, they always go into that dedicated bin. So it's typically, you have big racks like this, and there's a barcode of the product, which is supposed to get stored into that fixed bin, something like this. And yeah, typically like this, you have dedicated location, the barcode of the product and the bin together. So the product is always kept in that particular bin. Okay, so here we have another storage, like it's a bulk storage. Here we don't have any racks, and the products, the pallets are piled up one above the other, one behind the other. So we will see, in our detailed inbound and outbound session, how to configure these. But yeah, I'm just trying to show you physically how the storage type looks like. So this is a fixed bin storage that we just saw. This is a bulk storage. All our finished products, they will be on pallets, and they will be kept in lanes, one behind the other, one above the other. We will look and create this look into the the storage in more detail, create our own lanes, our own structure. and we'll see how to configure the receipts and put away from the storage. At this moment, our aim is to just create all these storage types into the system. Okay, and if it's a bulk, so we will copy a bulk storage of standard. It's a fixed, so we'll copy a fixed of standard. So we'll just create them and just keep them ready for our process configuration. Okay, so we have bulk, we have fixed, we have high rack storage. So there are two types of storage. One is in case of rack, one is high rack, and where like sometimes you also have see these are high racks. They go to good height. These racks go up to 5-6 level high, and sometimes you need a special rack, special truck to move within these aisles and to remove the pallets from the top level to the below level, so that it can be delivered. So you have really high racks here in your warehouse. So sometimes they are so dense, we also call them as very narrow aisle, and you have a special VNA truck to store parts into those aisles. Okay, so this is high rack storage that we'll be using. And then we also have a rack storage. This is so there are parts in high rack storage. The entire design is made when you also consider the weight of the parts that are supposed to get stored here. So you can the total weight capacity of this rack is to hold 6 or 7 high. So sometimes you may have parts they if you store them 6 in this one above the other, it will be above the weight carrying capacity of the aisle. So we sometimes have normal rack storage, which is 2 or 3 level high maximum, especially for it's if the weight is too high, then the weight carrying capacity of the high rack, so you can store them into these aisles. So these aisles are not that high, just 3 or 4 level high, something like this, just 3 level high, or maximum 4 level high. That's it. They don't go really high like a VNA. So we saw high fixed rack. Let's look at the open, and then the numbering will come in the pallet storage. So next is open storage. So this open storage is like a general storage of a warehouse, where it's like a yard, or it can also be a shade, or it can also be like a mixed open area. Okay, where you keep all your bulky parts, big parts, like a pipe in a shade, or the big paper rolls, or big steel rolls. You can keep them in your shade. That becomes your open storage. This whole area is like open storage. So open storage, you don't need much of a system control. It's like you visually see which part is kept there, and you pick them. You can easily identify and pick them. So generally open storage is identified um, where basically you are keeping all the parts which are not stacked above the other, or you just simply kept on the floor, and you can easily identify and pick them. So, and you allow all types of products into that storage. It becomes a really mixed storage allowed. Ideally it is just 1 or 2 bins. We don't create many bins for open storage. It's like a general storage for all types of parts. Yeah, so this is also kind of a general storage. Then we have a pallet storage in warehouse, where it's more like a rack storage only, but it's more like we saw the high rack and a VNA rack, but here in one, basically this, you can also have an arrangement where this entire bin is one. Entire bin is one, and this is the entire thing is one bin, and you can store pallets, multiple pallets in a bin. So hierarchy and VNA, generally they have one handling unit or one pallet per bin, like this. So this is one bin, this is another bin, this is another bin. But in a pallet storage, you can place several pallets in a bin. Okay, so basically this bin would get divided into sections. So this will become first section, this will become second section, third section, or so you can choose, when you are designing your racks, or when there are the warehouse has designed their racks and they come up to you, so you will have an option, if they say, each location is one for me, one pallet. That's how it is 99% of the time. But if at all, they say no, the entire thing is one location. Sometimes we'll store 3 pallets, sometimes we store 1 pallet, sometimes we'll store 2 pallets, or maybe even 4. Then this becomes a pallet strategy. So in pallet strategy also, we'll see how to configure placement, stock removals. But yeah, physically it's like a rack only, and only difference is how you name your bin. You see, depending on it, see, I'm not, let's not label, that you'll only get these 6 type of storage, 8, 12 different types of storage. But what matters is the type of storage. So if it's a cold storage, is it it's a rack, or it's a fixed bin arrangement, or it's a bulky thing? These are the main classification.
Okay.
Then it all depends, if it is rack, you may configure it in a different way. For example, you don't want to add another pallet to an existing bin. You don't want to do addition to allowed. You want to just keep it, always it should go to a new empty bin. So it all, you can create any storage type, like in hundreds of
Mhm,
storage type, but what matters is, how you're going to place the stock, how you're going to remove it.
mhm.
So these
Okay.
are the broad classification of the types of storage.
Mhm,
Yeah. So your cold storage will be like, for example, I'll just give you an example. In your food industry generally, there's meat. Meat is like a general storage.
mhm,
If if you have seen, meat, they are kept on a rack, upside down. The meat, sometimes, they have to be they are not uh, kept in a rack one above the other. They are just kept open. So it's an open storage, and I will also create a storage type which is a strategy of open storage, and
mhm.
I'll rename it as a cold storage. All right. So yeah, I was about to mention that, while we are configuring this storage type, we will see some of the important indicators in system. I will explain you these indicators. Basically, the storage type is config is divided into several sections. To put away, there are settings for put away, there are settings for stock removals, settings for goods movement replenishment. We'll go through them and understand these important indicators. May not be applying them now, because once we do these indicators, we may not be able to test them. We'll keep them as they are in the standard system, and then we will change them, as and when we execute a scenario. So I'm just going to take you through some of the important indicators which you should be aware of at this stage. So let's get all these areas created into the system. First thing, so like we create a warehouse, we create plan, we copy, the standard. Similarly, SAP has provided us, an option to copy these types of storage. We'll copy them, then we'll make changes to them. Important at the time you create a storage type, first thing. So just imagine when you are working in a project, there are things that you should decide the time you create a storage type, because you cannot change them. Okay, but other things are like put away, stock removal. You can change them because you may be configuring this process. You may test. There may be several requirements, and you can later change them. But there are certain definitions which ideally it's better if you get an answer at the start. If you don't get,
Getting
still it's fine. But the expectation would be to have them defined right at the start. So this standard system unit has all this Y series ones, okay, and somebody had copied. Let me delete this. Somebody has made change to 1710 created 8005 over there. Just remove it. Okay, so this is how, these are all the standard storage type that we get in the best practice system with best system where best practices are activated. So the first thing I would like to create is an 8001 high rack storage. So high rack storage is similar to a narrow aisle storage. Okay. So we copy that. We call it as high rack, but in this it's a narrow aisle. So I'll just give a name, storage type as 8001. Right. So here, important thing to note here is handling unit is mandatory, and this is a required thing for a for a high rack storage. For basically for rack storage, where you're going to place pallets, you need to make it as handling unit mandatory. So handling unit requirement is one of the important indicator that we set up when we are creating a storage type. So we need to know whether handling unit is going to be mandatory, optional, or display. So it's not mandatory to, it's not you know it's not the end of the world. You can also change it later. Okay, but let's say we configured it as mandatory, we moved it to quality. Okay, we are waiting in quality, we do some testing, we realize and business came up with a defect in UAT saying that this should be an optional. So yeah, you can do it optional, move the changes to quality. The only thing you need to keep in mind is when you're moving changes to important indicators of your storage type, ideally the storage type should be empty. For example, if it was optional, you made it mandatory and there is stock without handling unit, that will get stuck there over there. Okay, you will not be able to remove them. So you need to be careful with some of the indicators, and if you cannot avoid changing, best thing is to, when they're moving a transport, make sure the storage type is empty in the quality of production system. Okay, so this is one indicator. Then you have several other indicators, like it's a fixed pin. These are all for a fixed pin storage. This is very important, storage type role. So I'm not sure we had this. I think we did not have it in WM. So this is standard storage type where you're going to store your parts. I'm going to maintain a storage type rule when for the staging area like 9010 we were talking about. So that will be a staging area group. We will have work centers, doors, these storage type work centers. Now this is staging area, doors. Okay, we will have those roles assigned, relevant roles assigned. Okay, we will have a storage type for the yard, and that will have a role G. Okay, there will have a production supply area, which is storage type P1000. It will have role K. Okay, so these are all the roles. We may have identification point, pick point for these areas. These are the identification and the pick points. They will have those relevant roles. Basically, identification is before you store the part, you identified in this area some labeling or some other requirement before you kind of place it into the final area. And then this is a pick point, generally used in outbound. When you take a full pallet, you open the pallet, you take out the material, and then you keep the pallet away. So you might have seen the pallet, the high rack storage, or bulk storage. There is no place to open a pallet in the rack, so it has taken to an area. You open it, pick the part, and then keep the remaining thing back. So that is a pick point. These areas will be created as pick points. So pick points are basically your, for example, you take a part, you need to pick a partial quantity of a pallet. you cannot take the parcel quantity out of a pallet in a rack storage or bulk storage, because there is no space to take the pallet, keep it down, bring the pallet down from a height, and then open the pallet, take the part, and then you need to keep the pallet back. So there's no space to do this in your rack storage or bulk storage, because the lanes are very small. If you keep the pallet down, there are chances of damage. So we have a dedicated area. You just take the pallet to that area. It's a space to keep your pallet, do a repacking, take whatever you want from that pallet. The remaining quantity you can then take it back to the bin. So you take a pallet. So basically, it's two things. First you take a pallet, drop it here, and then you pick only two out of here. And there's a third thing is to take the pallet from here to the bin. So basically, you're doing this activity in 3 steps. First step, take a full pallet, drop it here. Second step is to remove 2 pieces, go and deliver where you want. Third step is to take the pallet back from here to here. Just to add, what we do is when you're executing a task, you are proposed by the scanner to enter the quantity.
Yeah.
Okay. So at this stage, there'll be no quantity proposal. It will say just take the entire pallet. But the moment you try to pick an item from here, it will tell you to pick only 2. You cannot pick 10. You cannot pick 5. So quantity will be proposed by system to you. Right. Okay. So yeah, we'll cover that as well. How the picker looks at things. Scanner or desktop. Yeah. So okay. So this is storage type role. There are some more roles for MFS storage type. We'll see that during the MFS session. Material flow system, automated rack storage. So, so this is the putaway section. We have stock removal section. So the putaway, the important fields are like putaway rule, how we control the product going into a storage. Okay, and when it goes into a storage, what type of rule we have. For example, it's in a rack, it's empty. Always system looks for an empty bin. If it's a general storage, just 1 or 2 general area, 1 or 2 bin in a general area, addition to stock in a fixed bin storage. So when we go through the inbound, we'll be covering this in more detail, and each strategy has a control, on strategy has a different control on how the bins are identified, and where we allow certain things, we don't allow. So one important thing that we discuss at the start of our storage type config, I would say 2 important things. One is addition to stock, the other one is mixed storage. Okay, so the addition to stock means if there is already stock in a bin, do you want to allow adding new stock to the same bin? Now, depending on the product, depending on the storage, depending on your movement of your products in the warehouse, how fast they move, certain warehouse may allow it, certain may don't allow it. So the benefit of allowing it is you utilize your space. So if there is a bin which is having spare capacity, you want to add more stock to that bin so that your warehouse is getting filled up thoroughly. Okay, but the drawback is in the same bin you have stock which is old and the stock which is newly added. So there are chances that the warehouse picker may, if it's not a batch managed item or not a serialized item, there are chances that the picker may pick the new stock first. The old stock is kept at the back and it stays there. Okay, so there are certain storage type where we have to allow it. For example, in fixed bins, the whole concept of fixed bin is you take a part to a bin, you always remove the part from a fixed bin, and if it gets empty or it is about to get empty, you come and place a new pallet into that bin. So whenever I say a fixed bin storage, for those who are those who are new to warehouse management, just imagine fixed bin is similar to what you see in your retail stores or your grocery stores. You have, special areas, you face special location for each product. So when you go to buy, groceries, where the rice is kept, there's exact location. You know that it's easy for you to pick. The same concept is used in fixed bin. The picker is picking for production or outbound. There's a dedicated location. He always goes there to pick a part. And for example, just take example of rice bags. Whenever you go to pick a rice bag in your grocery stores, it is always there. Even though, let's say, 10 customers, they come all together, they pick all the bags, it is empty. Immediately the warehouse team will know that that bin is empty. They'll bring in next set of 10 bags there. So that's basically replenishment. So they are getting the parts from the warehouse to the fixed bin. And then again, the system works in such a way that the moment you receive out of 10 bag, the moment you pick 8, there is the lead time to bring 10 bag. That much time we have calculated, till that 2 gets consumed, the 10 will be there in that bin. Okay. So we in industry, we use a lot of fixed bin. It is especially for production supply. Our warehouse also, the reason we have kept fixed bin storage here, because the production team can be quickly supplied, with small components that they need in fixed bin area, from the fixed bin area. And this fixed bin is like a marketplace, like your grocery store. And then whatever parts they need, once the stock goes down, they are refilled from a high rack storage or a rack storage. So the pallets are kept here, and their representation, a small quantity of that pallet is represented here into these locations. Coming back to the production supply, I was talking about, you pick stock from here, then goes down, you replenish full pallets from here to here. There can be instances where we supply the full pallets directly from here to production, or you may pick directly a full pallet for a customer. But wherever you're picking loose pieces less than a full pallet, the standard SAP suggests you move it to fixed bin, and then keep the it's like you keep one full pallet here. Batch job which runs, which
Okay.
for there's a program for replenishment which runs and checks all the fixed bins whether they are they have gone down below minimum level. It tries to refill them. And also there is a event which get triggered. So if you're picking a product, you
Mhm.
see the minimum quantities too. If it has reached, system
Mhm.
also generates an which will try to pull a pallet from the. So it's automated, and plus there are possibilities of using a batch job as well. And whenever the production needs, they'll pick it from here. So this is production will never look at what is here. They'll look at their bin. When we go for shopping, we just look for what is there in the fixed bin we need to pick. We don't look into their warehouse. That's part of production staging, configuration, and all those things.
Okay.
It will come up, difficult to cover everything. And you are always picking from a dedicated location. So you need to create a fixed bin, assign that fixed bin for the product, and then when you're staging it, the storage stock removal strategy should pick from that fixed bin. So I was explaining you about the type of storage, the important indicators. Coming back to what I was explaining you, the important indicators, what you need to decide, at the time of creation. One is handling unit. You need to take a call, ideally at this stage. Then addition to stock, whether you want to allow or you don't want to allow. I was giving you an example of fixed bin. You will allow that because the type of storage itself needs that. But if it's a rack storage, you may not allow it. So basically this indicator controls whether it's has to be product based. You want to allow it for certain products, you don't want to allow it. So my recommendation, when you start with your warehouse, keep all the indicators same as standard. So I've just kept all my indicators same as standard 8 zeros. I've copied VNA storage, keep everything same. And when you execute your process, then see where you want to change, and then only make change to those relevant indicators. So this is important. Then we have another decision to make, ideally at the start. If at all business is not able to decide, or there's less involvement from business, and you are basically getting understanding and configuring for them, the next thing I believe we would discuss is mixed storage. Mixed storage means when we are storing a product in a bin, whether we allow more than one product in a bin or not. Okay, so mixed storage is very important, especially, for example, we have racks. Okay, so if we have a production rack, more than one product in a pallet, and it's stored on a rack, then ideally business would not want that, because you know uh, it is easy for you to take full pallets. The whole aim, business will try to reduce as many partial pallet as possible. So all the movement should be for full pallets. That's where you save time in opening the pallet, trimming stock. So when we basically contact a supplier, we tell them don't give anything mixed. Or if at all the supplier has given us anything mixed, we deconsolidate them. We create individual pallet for each handling each product. Okay, so a warehouse ideally would need separate pallet for each item. It becomes easy for pick, easy for identification, easy for physical inventory. And in inbound, we have a special process of deconsolidation where we repack if at all something mixed has come. Okay, but there will be certain storage like 8003. If the entire storage is, let's say, one bin, so here I would allow mixed storage, because I will have a bulky parts, I will have pipes, I will have steel, I will have steel rolls. Everything is kept here in the open space. So here I will allow mixed storage. But somewhere where it's rack, generally we don't allow that. Okay. So these are the standards which the warehouses use. So then mixed storage in HU, whether you want to allow that or you don't want to allow that. Initial stage, business will not be able to or you may not be able to configure everything at this point. Let's keep it same as the standard. Then there are some settings on the available stock removal control, whether you want to allow negative stock, or what happens when you pick from a pallet. So for example, there is quantity of 10 and you're picking 2. So what happens, when you pick 2, you have a trolley, you've taken 2 pallets into a trolley, 2 pieces into a trolley, then the entire 2 pieces are transferred. But if you are working with a handling unit for the 2 piece, in case of nesting scenario, that handling unit also gets copied over to your trolley. So basically, if you have a box of 2, that box also, there is a handling unit for the box. The box handling unit also becomes part of the trolley. So during picking, we'll use this indicator. This controls how you're picking items and how the handling units are managed during picking. Okay. Then I was talking about replenishment. These are the indicators where we'll control how the replenishment works. We have a special topic for availability group. We'll see in what instance we need to assign availability group here. These are the further indicators which we'll discuss during our quarantine and internal warehouse process discussion. So 002 is ROD or AFS. So if I'm placing the stock in 8002, stock should be AFS, right? So I'll create the storage type. And for now, what I'm going to do is I'm just simply going to copy these storage type from the standard and create them. As we will come back again, I understand, this is important. There are many questions coming to your mind, but yeah, we need to make progress. And trust me, slowly, when we go through the scenarios, the concepts, you will come across each of these indicators and we'll explore them. Okay. So let's come to the rack storage. It is also a type of a VNA storage only. Just we don't have it doesn't go too high. it's a rack storage only. So I'm going to copy Y011 again, create 8002, and this is rack storage. So this is exactly what we would do in a project. We will copy the standard and create our own version of them. 8005 fixed pin storage. So in the standard, you can see this is the description itself. It tells you that it's a fixed pin. So you copy that and it's 8005. So as of now, whatever storage types I'm creating, just see the role, they are standard. Okay. I'll slowly come to the other ones also. In 8005, it's a fixed pin storage. Fixed pin storage indicator has been set. Then we have a 8004, which is a bulk storage. So, which is a bulk storage. You can see here bulk storage, yeah, 805041. I'll copy that and say 804 bulk storage. So important point to note here, it's also like for each storage there are certain requirements. For example, bulk storage, handling unit is mandatory. The storage behavior is set to 2. It's a bulk storage, so it will be difficult for us to remember all the standard setup required for a bulk storage. That's why we prefer to copy one, and so we will save it. So, and similarly we'll also create the 8006. So 8006, initially we discussed, it's like a pallet storage only, but with several sections here. So I'm going to copy rack storage only, and when we are going to configure the pallet storage, at that time we will create here several. We'll change the strategy to a pallet storage, so it creates multiple pallets in a bin with sections. Okay. So I'm just going to copy my rack storage itself, and the downstream configuration I will do separately for a pallet storage. Because why I'm taking this, because standard SUV does not have a pallet storage. The Y ones, they don't have a pallet storage. So these are the standard ones, storage type role standard. Now I'll go with the doors first, staging areas. These also I'll create my own version. Okay, they are there in standard, but I will create my own based on my layout. So doors 9030 is my inbound door. So here you can see there are door storage type which SAP has given. I'll copy that and say 9030. And here you can see the role has changed to F. So I will say doors for good receipt. Okay. Then I will also copy that and create my doors for outbound goods issue. And that is 9040. So if you're into your workshop, if you try to, during your workshop, if you try to, during the discussion of how the warehouse looks like, if you try to prepare a diagram or a block and, get this information filled with business, it will be very easy for you to configure. That's how I generally do. I just try to get these things identified. So these are the doors. The truck, they come into the warehouse from here, and the one they'll pick the material from the goods issue area, they go out from here. Identified they may be in the same area, but you may have allocate some to outbound, some to inbound. You can do that as well. Okay. Then the staging area. So we have staging area for GR 9010, staging area for goods issue. So staging area is it's like an intermediate area. We take the parts there. After truck comes, we unload the part into this area. Okay. So you unload it, and then so basically you're basically freeing up the truck, and this part basically these are some special forklifts may be required to unload the pallets. So they keep it here there will be instances, there will be some warehouse which you may come across where they'll say you'll directly take and put it here. So that is also possible. But generally, we keep them here and load them here. And then they may be either taken for deconsolidation, quality, or to the storages. Okay. So this is a intermediate area before we place the part into the final bin. So once you unload at this stage, you may, or if you're not using unload, when you do a good receipt, the stock gets added here and then you put it away into the warehouse. So basically at this stage, your stock is registered into the system. Okay. So as soon as you do an unload, you can see the stock in MMB, you can see the stock in your warehouse monitor that the stock is being received. You will see the stock. Material document will be created, accounting documents will be created at this stage. So I've told you, I was explaining you standard SAP also has a staging area in EWM, which is 4 character. The template, the best practice is Y901. I've changed it to 9010. And you can see the rule is I, which is important. Okay. Now the staging area rule is D, but why I has been maintained here? See, it should be D, and you can change it to D. But what I gives us is additional flexibility. You can pack your products into the staging area if you want. So work center is where you can do a repacking. So generally, if any repacking is there, we don't need to move it to a separate repacking storage type. We could do a repacking here itself. Okay, so that gives us the additional flexibility. It is not mandatory. You will not always do repacking, but at times, if it for some process going forward when you're designing your scenarios, if at all a repacking comes in, then you can do it if it's set up as. There are many instances you may do that. For example, you told your supplier to always give into your special pallets. You have given them a special pallets which you send into production, and then they get empty and then they send back to supplier. So certain, especially in mechanical components, automobile, you get these types of special pallets. Now let's say the pallets, they didn't reach the supplier, they send into their some other pallet, some different pallet. Now you don't want to take those supplier pallets into the warehouse because your forklifts cannot pick them. Your material handling equipments are not designed to handle those pallets. So you would like to change the type of pallet. This is one instance.
Yeah.
You get mixed product. You don't want to do a repacking and deconsolidation area. You will do it here. You have a standard pack. Third scenario, you have a standard packing, per handling unit quantity is 10. That is fixed for a product. But if the supplier gave you per handling unit quantity of 9, it's a mistake, or it could be a new vendor. Yeah. Okay. Now you have made it as a handling unit managed, but the existing stock did not have handling unit. The HU was blank for them. Now 8001 is HU managed. Okay. So now these stock, you can't remove them because there is no handling unit. The moment you say handling unit flag, anything coming into the storage type, anything you're removing from the storage type should have a handling unit. Okay.
Right.
So then if this config moves to production and yes, your storage type is not empty, this will get stuck. So you'll have to do some manual workaround. Either open the client, remove this config, take the material out, do the config again out of office hours, contact SAP to they'll create some handling units here. So
like
yeah,
that way.
Yeah, that way. So yeah, be careful. I mean, quality is okay. Quality you can, but after quality, after UAT, be very careful with production. Quality, even if this become inconsistent, it doesn't matter to you. It will stay there. Next quality refresh, it will be gone. So you can ignore it. Now we are working 24/7. Then create 8003, 8009, and then But new storage type creation, you have to do everything, all strategies and whatever later on configurations are there. You have to test all the scenarios basically.
You have to
Even
really
if you
test
miss
a lot.
one scenario, it will stop your process. So that should be a RAST proposal to create a an option. Right. So we created our staging areas. Now it's time to create the work centers. So work centers, you perform any value-added activities like labeling, repacking, inspection, um, oiling, greasing, whatever. You want to take it to a separate area and do that. That area is a work center. So in our layout, we have 3 work centers, one for reconsolidation, one for quality, one for packing before we send it to customer. Okay. So let me do that. Let me create those work centers. In standard, we have quality for sure. Should be somewhere here. Yeah. Copy this. You can see the role is I again because why I? It's a work center. It should be A, why I? Are there any why we are keeping a staging area? Because there will be instances you may consuming stock from here, like a sample, like in destructive sample, you consume a stock. So your stock gets added or removed in a warehouse from a staging area only. Okay, so that's why standard SOP says keep it I on a safer side in case you come across a process where you are consuming something or you're scrapping something in quality. So you cannot do it from a work center. It has to have a additional identification of a work center as well. Okay. Oh, for staging area as well. So when you place a stock into a high-rack storage, it is assigned to a delivery. Okay. The moment you place the stock here, the delivery assignment is gone. So the stock is assigned to an inbound delivery till you complete the put away. So once you complete a put away, the assignment goes away.
But assignment of delivery and
stock delivery assignment to stock. So when we receive a stock, we'll see that next week when we get deliveries, your stock says when you receive a stock, you're trying to put it away, it is assigned to a inbound delivery, and that delivery assignment is removed because of this.
Hey there, wanna nail supply management? Our SAP ECC EWM course is here for you. It's all about handling supplies smoothly. This course is your go-to for mastering SAP ECC EWM. Think of it as your toolkit for planning, ensuring we've got enough stuff and getting it where it needs to be. We cover it all, from the basics to some cool advanced tricks. Experts made this so you're in good hands. Your teachers, total pros. They've been at this forever and are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Students love it. Just like you, they found it super useful. And the best part, it's budget friendly. Learning shouldn't cost an arm and a leg, right? Ready to become a SAP ECC EWM whiz? Enroll on our page today. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
We created a warehouse, we did the basic settings, we completed the functional integration settings. Now we have started setting up the org structure. We have created storage type for our layout. All the storage types we have created, selecting the appropriate role. We haven't made any other changes from the standard setup. We will do those changes as we go ahead with the process execution. Then we started with the other structure element setup. We created storage section. Storage section is optional, so we just created for storage type 8003. Storage bins, we saw the mass upload tool. We also created a bin manually. We discussed about doors, staging area, and work center. And today we will configure them in system, and we will also create and configure activity area, which will be a last structure element in EWM. So then tomorrow onwards, we will start the master data. So I'll log into system and we will get the door staging areas created in work center as well. So we have 3 work centers: the consolidation area, quality, and packing. So the important point we discussed yesterday, the work centers should have the work centers or the staging area or doors should be assigned to a storage tab in the background, because we need bins in those areas. Yeah. Okay, so I'll just copy this and change the description. 8030. Yeah, and also I'll also change the storage type assignment. Sorry, the work center name is pack and the storage type is 8030. Oops, work center name is not pack. Work center name is VERP. And here you can see it is assigned to storage type. I'll change the storage type to 8030 and not maintain any section, because we said we'll not have section for anything apart from 8003. So there are other indicators in the packing work center. Okay, it's better now. So we have external step important field. You have printing related settings. We have what activities you are going to do in that area and how packing should be allowed and disallowed. So there are some settings related to packing here. We'll revisit them once we start storage control, where we are going to start the packing activity. So we have just created packing work center, and I was mentioning we have storage type. We discussed a work center is assigned to a storage type. Then there are some more settings here related to printing. There are some settings which will allow packing for certain products and disallow for certain products in a work center. So all these settings will revisit when we are doing the actual packing. If you have different section, I mean different work centers, then you can decide, from which section. So basically, if you can have a setup in a work center like this, so you may have a setup like this. You may have unit sorry, you may have a inbound work center like this. You may have an inbound section, and then you may have several others. You may have several other sections here where you are going to do the actual inspection or actual packing, and then there'll be a outbound section. So basically, you take the part here, take it to the relevant work center, do that relevant station, do that, and send the material back to the outbound section. So the person who is bringing the part, he'll drop it here. The person who's going to take the part will take it from here. And then there can be several, workstations where the actual activity can be performed. So quality, we will change the storage type to 8020. And for now, we'll not change anything else. You can see there is step, there's process type. We will come back to those. All right. So we come back to this, the config. Now we will save the, okay, the storage type. The work center name is, what is the work center name?
Which one is 8020?
8020.
Which one
It's
is it?
called
Quality. Quality. Okay, quality.
QINS. Yeah.
Quality.
And then, we don't have a deconsolidation work center in standard. You can see all the Y1s provided by SAP. There's no deconsolidation. Deconsolidation is like a packing in the inbound area. So I'll kind of copy the packing work center and I'll say DKO. Okay, so now we have created the work centers. Before we go and create the doors and the staging area, you can see here I don't have names for them because we will do it right now. In terms of doors and staging area, I would like you to understand. We'll decide what names we are going to use, and what I want you to understand is some basics here about how doors and staging areas are named in SAP. So, for example, these are my staging areas and these are my doors here. But that doors GR zones are basically, it's a basic one, but we may have several doors and staging area in that area.
Sure.
So let's say we create some staging areas here. Let me quickly take the naming convention from here. DRO1 for inbound, outbound, DRO second door, third door. So let's say we create 3 doors for inbound, 3 for outbound. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I'll just take some naming convention. We'll change it if required. So here the staging area is inbound staging area is 9010. Okay. So basically you need to understand one thing here. There are 3 terms here in staging areas. Okay. First term in staging area is staging area group. The other is staging area. And the third one is staging bay or staging bin. Okay. Now, the storage type is actually a staging area group. If you remember, I was telling you that the role for the work center is staging area group or work center with staging area group. So in the role itself, you say so for storage type, we say storage type it's a staging area group. Okay. So the staging area is actually the section in that storage type. So this is section 1. So we create a section 1. Section 2. Section 3. Okay, same way we can have 3 sections for inbound. So this is not section. This is called as staging area 1 for staging area group 9010. Okay, so staging area, so section is equal to staging area group equals to storage type. Okay, it's nothing but storage type. Staging area is nothing but storage section, and staging bay is nothing but it's a storage bin. So this you can, the next config which I'm going to show you, where I'm going to define these staging areas, there you will see that system is calling storage section. System is calling storage section as the storage section as a staging area. So don't get confused. Basically, it is getting divided. It is basically the whole storage type is divided into section. So the storage type is called as staging area group. The section is called as staging area, and the bins are called as staging bays. So what I can do here is, for example, my bin here name would be 9010 staging area 1. Okay, I'll say it's 0001 bin 01. This I can create. So I may have 3 bins here. So these are my bins which I'll be creating. So for example, if I have to create staging area bin for here, so I have total 9 bins in inbound, 9 bins in outbound. So during our process, we'll discuss, how these bins can be used. Okay. So for which process, for which scenario we need a bin 1, for which one we need bin 2, or bin is business, bin are basically different loads. Basically, you want a staging area to be different. So for example, inbound, anything which comes from external plant, let's say it goes to the staging area. So this bin is full, it will go for another bin, it will go for another bin. If the staging area is completely full, then it will go for another staging area. Okay. In outbound, it can be like, we give this staging area indoor to FedEx. Okay. And they always come there at 5 p.m. and we, load the stock from the staging area onto the door. Or there is a route here, separate staging area for a separate route. And then you load stock from that staging area onto the door. So staging area is nothing but storage section. Okay. So now we need to create storage section in this storage type 9010 and 9020. Okay, so now let me create this bins also quickly here. I will maybe I'll do it offline. The other bins are almost created same way just to save time. These are 18 bins. I will create the other bins offline. Okay. So these are the 3 bins I've created for now. Okay. So now let's go to the configuration where we create the staging area. Now, if you understand this assignment, what is staging area, group, storage type, and section, and bin, the next config is pretty much straightforward. So if you come here, staging areas, define staging area. So you come here and say new, might have, okay, we have not, it will have standard SAP thing. So say a staging area group is 9010, storage type, staging area is 1. We're going to do GR here. We have created storage type, right? That is staging
Yes.
area group itself. Based on that role, system will pick it up.
Okay.
So here you can say loading can
Okay.
start when the alert has arrived. Loading can start, as soon as the pallet has arrived. We don't wait for all the pallets to come and then we load, because some pallets may be under picking. We could start loading. That you have to wait until everything has been staged, or you wait for some time,
Okay.
24
Okay.
hours to pass.
The condition bit, yeah.
So now door will again create it as new WH34 DRI1, direction is inbound. We maintain the default staging area as only those storage types are shown here. which have a group of staging area group. So I'm going to say 9010 and the staging area is 1. So this is default for that door. Okay. Each door will have its own staging area default. So a truck is planned at that door. The pallets will be taken to the staging area. So just imagine if you have 15-20 doors. If your truck is going to come at door 10, we need a pallet at staging area 10, not at staging area 1. The truck is going to come here, and if I put the parts in the staging area, so let's say there is space in all the bins. Which one should be preferred? This bin should be preferred because it's closer to the door. So this staging area is preferred for this door. It's a default one. Always system should look for bin here adjacent to that door. So each door have their default areas. So it's not an efficient process if this place is empty and we're putting the stock here. And it's an extra bit of travel for loading. It will be like a crisscross, Let's say this is, I'll just put a title here, outbound, and I'll change the title here to inbound. So the whole storage type is a staging area group, and these are staging areas. See, there is a difference here. Default is not mandatory. If these bins are full, it will look for a bin nearby.
Okay.
If the truck is coming here, if this bin is full, your concern is if I'm giving default, my staging will fail, right? No, it will look for other default. It's not mandatory. It's not a one-to-one assignment. It's a default. No, it's not like that. The staging area will be based on the availability. The bin will be based on the availability. The default, the system will always try here. If there are no bins available, system will look for another staging area group. Any questions on, we are going to start a new structure element. Any questions on doors, staging area, and work centers? You just have, just on the definition, will you be able to create them for your warehouse? We don't need to understand everything, but at least you should be able to create them so that when we start executing the process, we have the data ready, the structure ready. So the only confusing bit is this to this assignment. If this is there in your mind, this config will also make sense, and you'll understand the entire structure. Now let's talk about activity areas. So I like to explain this with making some group of aisles. So give me 2 minutes. I will draw some aisles here for a storage type. Okay. And we'll make some scenarios. We have a storage type and we have aisles. Okay. And if you remember, we gave names to the aisles yesterday, like we said aisle O1, aisle O2, aisle O3, right? So let's say this is my storage type 8001. These are the aisles in that storage type. I'm not going at stack and level, just at eye level. Okay. Now, basically here, we have different zones or different. Okay, first let me define what is activity area. Activity area is grouping of bins. Okay, it's a logical grouping of bins. Okay, so I can group any bin and create an activity area. Okay, so I can say this bin and I can create an activity area just for this bin. I can create activity area just for this bin. I can create an activity area for all the storage types of the bin. I can create an activity area for and assign all the bins of my warehouse to that activity area. So compared to WM, what we have here, the bins are assigned to an activity area. Okay, so what it does basically, it gives us flexibility in the work allocation and creating a dedicated zone for a person to work into. So for example, you might have noticed as compared to WM, those who have worked in WM, this is a new tab here, activity area. So basically, before we start our scenarios or even in production, before we start, this is mandatory master data that the storage bins should be assigned to an activity area. Okay, so how we do that, how we are going to cover that now. So the bins that we have created few bins. Over the weekend, I'll create a lot of bins for the warehouse and also for the staging area. But for those bins, whatever bins you have created, they need an activity area. Lot of controls from the storage type have been moved to activity area. So WM, there were many controls like queues and many things in WM. We haven't seen those objects yet. So we have a control like this is defined at activity area level, this config is defined at storage type level. So many of those configurations and master data are now, or I would sort of say master data, like printing condition records, for example, that's the master data. Then the settings that we do, like assignment of bin to a work center or determining a staging bay, things like this. We do a lot of determination master data. So all those places you will see work center, the activity area is used rather than activity area is used rather than a storage type. So basically, a lot of controls, a lot of settings from storage type have moved to activity area level. That gives us the flexibility. So if it is entire storage type, it becomes very rigid. I want a different behavior, a different print for these three aisles. I don't have to I don't have any other option. If there is no activity area, I have to create a separate storage type for this and create a different print condition for that. Okay, but with activity area, the storage type remains same, and you can do your own grouping for some activity. So I'm going to give you some very simple example of picking. How generally picking is done in warehouse and how we use activity areas in a warehouse. Okay. So for now, high level definition before we understand one of its application, it's a grouping of bins. Bins should be assigned to activity areas. Bin assignment to activity area is important because a lot of controls in EWM has moved from storage type to activity area level. It's a mandatory master data basically. So here, let's say we have stock, we have a GR zone here. So this is my GR zone storage type. Let's take a very simple example. That this is GR zone, and the stock comes from GR zone into the bins. Okay, this is my inbound area, and then from there, let's say this is my GI zone. Very simple. Let's take a very simple setup. This is my GI zone. Like this is a place where or staging area, outbound staging area. So let's say we have very simple warehouse. Stock comes from here, gets stored here, then from here it goes here. Okay, like a depot, very small depot. Okay. Now here in this depot, people working in the depot. Let's say we have said he's working in these two aisles. He's responsible to work for these two aisles. Okay. So Sid's job is that he has to, whenever the picking comes, I'm talking about picking at the moment. Okay. At the moment, we are only talking about picks. We'll come to put away as well. So Sid's job is to take the parts from these two aisles, put it into a GI area. Sid is doing picking into these aisles. Kabir's job is to pick stock from these two aisles. Now this is very fast moving. What we don't need is the same person working in all the aisles. It will take a lot of time and a lot of movements. So dedicated pickers are assigned to each group of aisles. So there is a space between these two aisles. So he goes there, picks part from here, picks part from here, 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 and then he drops it here. Okay, so I'm going to, so let's say this is Sid's movement. Okay, Sid basically moves from here. This is his direction of travel. Then this is how he travels, and he comes to the GI zone, drops it, goes back, and then this is Kabir's movement. Yeah, he comes in, drops it here, goes back, and then maybe it's Shiva's movement. He comes in, drops in, and so basically, we have created a group or zones for, or we call them as different warehouses. Users will call them different ways. When we go for a discussion, some may call it as, they may say it's a pick area, some may say it's a zone, some may say it's a activity area is what we call it in SAP world. Okay, so work allocation area, something or the else, people will say. So let's say we have these. Okay, so now this is the work area. Okay, different work areas. So Sid's work area, I'm going to create this as S001. So that is nothing but activity area S001. Kabir's a K001. Shiva's a. So now these are activity areas. So as the name suggests, first let us list down what are the activities. We are at the moment, we have various warehousing activities. At the moment, we're talking about picking. So we are focused only for picking. So we have created areas for, this is my, to further define it, we'll say pick activity area. What is this? What do you see a similarity between them? I don't see anything is similar, because active work center, what we said, what is the definition of work center? We do packing, we do quality, we do any validated service activity in those areas. And this is picking. This is, we are doing picking over here. So we are not doing any validated service activity. This is warehousing activity we are doing. So here we have these areas. So now what I have created activity areas for picking, right? I have created 3 activity areas for picking. Oblique K, oblique SI, since I don't have space, I just maintain it like this. Okay. So now, for example, you'll say, okay, this is how my storage type works. Let's say we don't have, I'll 7 here. Now this grouping is based on activity. Okay, so picking, we said we have dedicated areas. This let's say it doesn't belong here. This let me say it doesn't belong to 800. I'll keep it here. Let's say it belongs to 8002. I'm really struggling with my keypad. So let's say it belongs to 8002, and then we need now activity area. Now we will revisit another activity. Okay, so we have created activity areas for picking, because the work allocations to different group is done for performing the activity. Now let's say my my putaway, okay, which is like taking from GR zone to the 6 aisles. Now when we are designing the process, we are designing the layout. So when, as part of the warehouse design, the team, they sit across on table, and then they say who's going to work where, what is going to be the direction of travel, because what we need is minimum travel, plus people don't run onto each other. So the whole idea here is to make sure that the movements are designed, the routes are designed, there'll be markings on the floor, there'll be markings on big boards into the warehouse. So now the warehouse design is made for 8001. The design team, they're discussing how many people we need. So they agreed picking has to be per group of aisle, and there has to be a dedicated picker because the pick load is too much. A day, said Kabir and Shiva, they're totally busy with picking. Now let's say put away is they say, okay, now let's talk about put away. So how many pallets we're supposed to put away in a day? What is the plan? So they come across a conclusion that for inbound, they just need one person. One person is enough because in inbound, we receive pallets in bulk, and number of pallets we receive a day, one picker is enough. One put away person is enough. Okay. So here, this is going to be the person who is going to do the put away, his direction of travel. So the person who is supposed to do put away, his direction of travel will be, he'll take the pallets from here. For anything he has to drop in aisle 1, he'll come and drop from the back side. He's not going into Sid's area, right? He's dropping from the back. Because Sid is picking in that area, he's dropping the pallets from the back. Then if any pallet is supposed to go to aisle 2 and 3, he's coming here, then he's traveling here, and then he's going between aisle 2 and 3, and he's dropping the pallet either in 2 and 3. And then if anything required in aisle 4 and 5, he's coming till here, and then he's going to drop between aisle 4 and 5. He'll travel between 4 and 5, and he'll drop the pallets from the back side of aisle 4 and 5. Anything required for 6, he'll travel, and then he's going to drop the pallets in from the back of aisle 6. Okay, so now here, the one person is responsible. Let's say that person is Johan. One person does the put away. So now my question to you guys is, how many activity areas we need to create for put away? So the answer is 1.
Yes.
We don't need 4 because the person is having 4 routes, but the same person is doing it. So the work allocation or the pallet movement from GR area to all these 6 aisles, it can be any aisle, will be assigned to Johan. So it will be in one group. The whole storage type activity areas are created in one group for put away. So basically what we are doing for put away, we are not splitting into zones. For put away, it is just one activity area. So activity area always it will be with respect to the activity. Okay. So now SAP, if we create, see, you are free to create your own names, but general tendency is if it is one activity area, then we create with the same one activity area for the whole storage type. We created with the same code. So for put away, it is just one. So I'll create with the same code of storage type. That means the entire storage type bins are part of this activity area for part of this picking, part of this put away activity. So now, for example, see inbound, we created one activity area, and Johan is very busy. He's simply running around. We have the routes are finalized, but what we need to add another person in that area. Let's say Bridge. So Johan and Bridge will, let's say there's pallet 1. Johan picks it up, it goes to aisle 3. The next pallet is for aisle 6. So Bridge will take that pallet and he'll go to aisle 6. So we'll not split that activity area because Bridge and Johan, they are responsible for all the 6 aisles. But in that group, it's not necessary that only one person will work. You can have more person working in that group. So for example, if Sid is overloaded, we decide to have another person in that aisle. So another person can also work in that group. So work allocation can be done to one or more resource. So see, generally these activity areas are used in picking, because picking we pick small quantities, and the load on the picking is more than inbound. So this example, it's very common and you see in many warehouses. For physical inventory, for stock change, you just create one at a storage type level, because for internal movement, the same person is responsible for the entire, there's no grouping for internal or physical inventory. There can be groups for replenishment, but yeah, we'll discuss that later. But just keep it simple at this stage in putaway picking to understand this, because putaway is very simple. Place the part, picking is remove the parts. Then see, now in a warehouse, we have 8003, for example, which is a general area. We don't have aisles at all. We don't want to create groups at all because it's an open area. Pipes are kept, castings are kept on the floor. So what we'll do is we'll not split that area into separate activity areas. Okay, we will create just one area. So this is 8001. And for similarly, if I want to create for 8003, which is a general area, we don't need this kind of functionality for them. So for 8003, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do like this. Okay, so 90% of your warehouse storage types, 90, or I would say there'll be 1 or 2 storage types, or maybe 5 or 6 where you will do this division maximum. But everywhere else, like staging areas, I told you activity area is mandatory. For staging areas, for doors, for work centers, you may not need this. You may or may not need this depending on your scenario, but most of the time you don't need them. Out of your, we have 6 or 8 storage type. I needed only for 1, for example. So, most storage type, most of the time you have 1-to-1 assignment between storage type and activity area. So SAP has given a transaction. So since activity area is mandatory and you don't need for everywhere, so wherever there is 1-to-1 assignment, you can create it in one go. But there are 4 or 5 configurations here. I mean 4 or 5 config nodes. 1-to-1 assignment will be quick one. It will be done by system. So 8003, I'll just run one transaction and activity areas will be created. Assignments will be done. Everything will be done. But for 8001, everything will be done, but I'll have to go and specifically change or maintain pick. So now whenever there is 1-to-1 assignment in storage type and activity area, we call it as a generic activity area. We created, so 8003 is generic activity area. So we are going to create a same activity area for storage type as well as for the same activity area for all the activities of a storage type. So I want to take you to the config where we create generic ones. Okay. And then we'll first, generally in a project, what we do is we create generic ones, and then we kind of, make changes as and when required. So to start the project, at the start of the project, these details will not be known. What is an activity area and how many we need for inbound, outbound. So to start it, we just create a generic activity area for all the warehouse storage type. And then based on the discussions, we may, create few more here and there. So we'll first do the, general creation, and then we will come back to, 8001 and do the manual creation, manual changes based on our requirement. So the first config here is, to define activity area, then assign bins to an activity area. And there is something called as sorting. So sorting is, how do you sort the bins in an activity area? But for now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a generic activity area for all the storage types. Okay. So for example, 8001. Okay. I'm not creating generic, you'll see I'm not maintaining the activity here, just simply executing it. So it will create all the 6 activities. Just to drop down here, so that you can see what are the activities in standard system. So internal, just park the above one, internal inventory, picking, put away, replenishment, stock change. So cross-line put away is an activity especially for put away, where it's a special put away where you just go one aisle, then split the other line, go to the other line. So you put your stock to your left, then to your right, then to your left, then to your right. So you do a put away in a crossway manner. So this is a special process we talk about in the inbound process, but these not used in all the warehouses. So not required, but it gets created with this template. So that's fine. It stays there, no worries. If you want, you can just delete this activity so that you don't create their activity areas. So like this, I'm going to create activity area, just simply run it. I'm just going to run it for all the storage types. So all, even doors, even staging areas, every storage type that I've created so far. And I'm going to create a generic activity area. So creation of generic activity area will be the first step in your projects also, because you may split, you may not split. The decision may not be in day one. So follow the same approach. It will be very useful for you. Then I'm going to do the storage type 9010, right? Start from inbound staging area. Then I'll do the work centers 8010, then 8020, then 8030, then outbound staging area 9020, then the doors 9030 and 9040. The generic, we create everything. See, the why I'm suggesting this way, because going and maintaining the all three config, it becomes slightly a big task. If you maintain this, your efforts are reduced. So now I've maintained, created activity areas for, I think, work centers, doors, staging areas, everything. So we'll stop here for today. Tomorrow we'll come and we'll maintain individual configuration for 8001. So what we'll also understand is there is something called as sorting. So let's say Sid is supposed to pick. Okay, so Sid, products should be, while he's picking the parts in these two aisles, there is a certain sequence which we want the system to, for Sid to pick. So I want him to pick, this way. So the picking should start from the back. He'll take his trolley, go to the back and start picking from back to the front. His movements will be like this. So the picking is done in a sequence, in certain sequence. So this is my, this is the bin sequence that I want Sid to follow, because, once he's picking, there is no point, if he picks from this bin with sequence 16 and then goes back, then pick this one, then comes here. He doesn't have to do back and forth. He starts from the back. While he's walking towards the GI zone, he should be proposed by system. Now it's this bin, pick this bin. Now once he picks, okay, now you're picked from bin 8. Now the next bin is bin 11. The next bin is bin 14, bin 16. So these are not bins. These are the bin sequences. So we assign bin with a sequence. So basically we will create the storage type. We have created bins. Okay, we'll assign them to storage type. So how we do the bin assignment? So we have created bins, we have created activity areas, but the bins are not yet assigned to activity area. We need to perform sorting. Okay, in sorting, bins are assigned to activity area and bins are assigned to a sequence number. So for Sid, you can see it's a custom sequence number. Okay, so for example, this is the sequence number will be assigned to Sid's need custom sequence number where he's going this way, to go pick. But let's say Kabir, he just follow this approach. First I'll pick everything for aisle, and then I'll pick everything for aisle 4, and so on, right? So for Kabir, it's like very it can be achieved through standard. He can follow this sequence and system can do the sorting for him. But for Sid, the picking, he's just going to pick everything of aisle 3, come back, and then he's going to start everything in aisle 4. So for Sid, it's going to be custom sorting. He'll give its own sequence. So we do that through upload program. But for Kabir, system will do this assignment. So it's very, basically what we need to see here is, how the picking, sequence of work is, how the bin names are. So based on that, we will decide whether we need a custom sorting or we will run standard sorting and see, if it fulfills our requirement. If not, so basically the bins should be assigned to numbers, whether those numbers are, matching to our requirement. This is the sequence they want to follow. If not, then we do a sorting, custom sorting upload. We do an upload and we assign bin to a sequence number. So these are the 2 activities we'll cover tomorrow. Once we create activity areas, pick activity area for 8001. So sequence number is the sequence in which the bins will be proposed for picking. So this bin should always be proposed first. If Sid is supposed to pick, he will pick from here first, then here. So his pick should be from this way, right? First this bin, then that bin. So when he's picking, he's not going to pick from one product. He's going to pick product from multiple bins. So his direction of travel will be based on his direction of travel. He should be picking first from this bin, then from this bin, then from this bin, then from 16, then from 21. So yeah, we will see. If there are too many questions, we'll park it till the end. Because it's only for you, and others can stay back if they want. But if it's something quick, 4-5 questions, you can cover.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a supported warehouse process in SAP EWM? Option A, cross-docking. Option B, value-added services. Option C, manufacturing. Option D, wave management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, wanna nail supply management? Our SAP ECC EWM course is here for you. It's all about handling supplies smoothly. This course is your go-to for mastering SAP ECC EWM. Think of it as your toolkit for planning, ensuring we've got enough stuff and getting it where it needs to be. We cover it all, from the basics to some cool advanced tricks. Experts made this so you're in good hands. Your teachers, total pros. They've been at this forever and are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Students love it. Just like you, they found it super useful. And the best part, it's budget friendly. Learning shouldn't cost an arm and a leg, right? Ready to become a SAP ECC EWM whiz? Enroll on our page today. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Now we have started setting up the org structure. We have created storage type for our layout. All the storage types we have created, selecting the appropriate role. We haven't made any other changes from the standard setup. We will do those changes as we go ahead with a process execution. Then we started with the other structure element setup. We created storage section. Storage section is optional, so we just created for storage type 8003. Storage bins, we saw the mass upload tool. We also created a bin manually. We discussed about doors, staging area, and work center. And today we will configure them in system, and we will also create and configure activity area, which will be a last structure element in EWM. So then tomorrow onwards, we will start the master data. So I'll log into system and we will get the door staging areas created and work center as well. So we have 3 work centers: the consolidation area, quality, and packing. So the important point we discussed yesterday, the work centers should have the work centers or the staging area or doors should be assigned to a storage type in the background, because we need bins in those areas. Yeah. Okay, so I'll just copy this and change the description. 8030. Yeah, and also I'll change the I'll also change the storage type assignment. Sorry, the work center name is pack and the storage type is 8030. Oops. Work center name is not pack, work center name is VERP. And here you can see it is assigned to storage type. I'll change the storage type to 8030 and not maintain any section, because we said we'll not have section for anything apart from 8003. So there are other indicators in the packing work center. Okay, it's better now. So we have external step important field. You have printing related settings. We have what activities you are going to do in that area and how packing should be allowed and disallowed. So there are some settings related to packing here. We'll revisit them once we start storage control, where we are going to start the packing activity. So we have just created packing work center, and I was mentioning we have storage type. We discussed a work center is assigned to a storage type. Then there are some more settings here related to printing. There are some settings which will allow packing for certain products and disallow for certain products in a work center. So all these settings we'll revisit when we are doing the actual packing. We've just created section for 80.
No, yeah. But take us in
it's the same section. If you have different section, I mean different work centers, then you can decide, from which section. So basically, if you can have a setup in a work center like this. Where is my unit 2? No, I lost it. So you may have a setup like this. You may have unit sorry. You may have a inbound work center like this. You may have an inbound section, and then you may have several others. You may have several other sections here where you are going to do the actual inspection or actual packing, and then there'll be a outbound section. So basically, you take the part here, take it to the relevant work center, do that relevant station, do that, and send the material back to the outbound section. So the person who is bringing the part, he'll drop it here, and the person is going to take the part will take it from here. So quality, we will change the storage type to 8020, and for now we'll not change anything else. You can see there is step, there's process type. We will come back to those. All right, so we come back to this the config. Now we will save the the storage type. The work center name is QINS. Yeah. And then, we don't have a deconsolidation work center in standard. You can see all the Y1s provided by SAP. There's no deconsolidation. Deconsolidation is like a packing in the inbound area. So I'll kind of copy the packing work center and I'll say DKO. Deconsolidation. And this is storage type 8010. So when you do a repacking in the work center, this process type is picked up. Okay, so now we have created the work centers. Before we go and create the doors and the staging area, you can see here I don't have names for them because we will do it right now. Okay. In terms of doors and staging area, I would like you to understand. We'll decide what names we are going to use, and what I want you to understand is some basics here about how doors and staging areas are named in SAP. So for example, these are my staging areas and these are my doors here. The doors GR zones are basically, it's a basic one, but we may have several doors and staging area in that area.
Sure.
So let's say we create some staging areas here. Let me quickly take the naming convention from here. DRO1. Let's say the doors are created as DRO1 for inbound, outbound, DRO second door, third door. So let's say we create 3 doors for inbound, 3 for outbound. Yeah. Then we also need some staging area. I'll just quickly take the naming convention from here. Okay, never mind. I'll just take some naming convention. We'll change it if required. So here the staging area is inbound staging area is 9010. Basically, you need to understand one thing here. There are 3 terms here in staging areas. Okay, first term in staging area is staging area group. The other is staging area, and the third one is staging bay or staging bin. Okay, now the storage type is actually a staging area group. If you remember, I was telling you that the role for the work center is staging area group or work center with staging area group. So in the role itself, you say so for storage type, we say storage type it's a staging area group. Okay, so the staging area is actually the section in that storage type. So we create a section 1, section 2, section 3. Okay, same way we can have 3 sections for inbound. So this is not section, this is called as staging area 1 for staging area group 9010. Okay, so staging area, so section is equal to staging area group equals to storage type. Okay, it's nothing but storage type. Staging area is nothing but storage section, and staging bay is nothing but it's a storage bin. So this you can, the next config which I'm going to show you, where I'm going to define these staging areas, there you will see that system is calling storage section as the storage section as a staging area. So don't get confused. Basically, it is getting divided. It is basically the whole storage type is divided into section. So the storage type is called as staging area group. The section is called as staging area, and the bins are called as staging bays. So what I can do here is, for example, my bin here name would be 9010 staging area 1. Okay, I'll say it's 0001 bin 01. This I can create. So I may have 3 bins here. Okay.
And is it again 18 correct limit or?
Yeah, 18, all the bins.
All the bins 18 correct. Okay.
So these are my bins which I'll be creating. So for example, if I have to create staging area bin for here, so I have total 9 bins in inbound, 9 bins in outbound. So during our process, we'll discuss, how these bins can be used. Okay. So for which process, for which scenario we need a bin 1, for which one we need bin 2, or bin is business, uh, bin are basically different loads. Basically, you want a staging area to be different. So for example, inbound, anything which comes from external plant, let's say it goes to the staging area. So this bin is full, it will go for another bin, it will go for another bin. If the staging area is completely full, then it go for another staging area. Okay. In outbound, it can be like, we give this staging area indoor to FedEx. Okay. And they always come there at 5 p.m. and we, load the stock from the staging area onto the door. Or there is a route here, separate staging area for a separate route. And then you load stock from that staging area onto the door. So staging area is nothing but storage section. Okay. So now we need to create storage section in this storage type 9010 and 9020. So I'm going to do that now. I will maybe I'll do it offline. The other bins are almost created same way just to save time. These are 18 bins. I will create the other bins offline. Okay. So these are the 3 bins I've created for now. Okay. So now let's go to the configuration where we create the staging area. Now, if you understand this assignment, what is staging area, group, storage type, and section and bin, the next config is pretty much straightforward. So if you come here, staging areas, define staging area. So you come here and say new. Might have, okay, we have not, it will have standard SAP thing. So say a staging area group is 9010, storage type, staging area is 1. We're going to do GR here, right? We have different, if both activities we are doing, we'll check both here. We have created storage type, right? That is staging area group itself. Based on that role, system will pick it up.
Okay.
So here you can say loading can start when the alert has arrived. Loading can start, as soon as the pallet has arrived. We don't wait for all the pallets to come and then we load, because some pallets may be under picking. We could start loading. That you have to wait until everything has been staged, or you wait for some time, 24 hours to pass.
Recondition. Yeah.
So now door will again create it as new WH34 DRI1, direction is inbound, we maintain the default staging area as only those storage types are shown here, which have a group of staging area group. So I'm going to say 9010 and the staging area is 1. So this is default for that door. Okay. So just imagine if you have 15-20 doors. If your truck is going to come at door 10, we need a pallet at staging area 10, not at staging area 1. If your truck is coming here, and if the pallet is, oh sorry, this is outbound. If the truck is going to come here, and if I put the parts in this staging area, so let's say there is space in all the bins. Which one should be preferred? This bin should be preferred because it's closer to the door. So this staging area is preferred for this door. It's a default one. Always system should look for bin here adjacent to that door. So each door have their default areas. So there's no, so there, it's not an efficient process if this place is empty and we're putting the stock here. It's an extra bit of travel. This is staging area group. This was a title.
Yeah.
If that's confusing you, I'll change it. Yeah. Let's save. We are going to start a new structure element. Any questions on doors, staging area, and work centers? You just have just on the definition. Will you be able to create them for your warehouse? We don't need to, understand everything, but at least you create. You should be able to create them so that when we start executing the process, we have the data ready, the structure ready. So, are you all okay with those staging areas and work centers now? Now, basically here, we have different zones or different. Okay, first let me define what is activity area. Activity area is grouping of bins. Okay, it's a logical grouping of bins. Okay, so I can group any bin and create an activity area. Okay, so I can say this bin and I can create an activity area just for this bin. I can create activity area just for this bin. I can create an activity area for all the storage types of the bin. I can create an activity area for and assign all the bins of my warehouse to that activity area. So compared to WM, what we have here, the bins are assigned to an activity area. Okay, so what it does basically, it gives us flexibility in the work allocation and creating a dedicated zone for a person to work into. So for example, you might have noticed as compared to WM, those who have worked in WM, this is a new tab here, activity area. So basically, before we start our scenarios or even in production, before we start, this is mandatory master data that the storage bins should be assigned to an activity area. Okay, so how we do that, we are going to cover that now. So the bins that we have created few bins. Over the weekend, I'll create a lot of bins for the warehouse and also for the staging area. But for those bins, whatever bins you have created, they need an activity area. Lot of controls from the storage type have been moved to activity area. So WM, there were many controls like queues and many things in WM. We haven't seen those objects yet. So, we have a control like this is defined at activity area level. This config is defined at storage type level. So many of those configurations and master data are now, or I would sort of say master data like printing condition records, for example, that's the master data. Then the settings that we do, like assignment of bin to a work center or determining a staging bay, things like this, we do a lot of determination master data. So all those places you will see work center, the activity area is used rather than activity area is used rather than a storage type. So basically a lot of controls, a lot of settings from storage type have moved to activity area level. That gives us the flexibility. So if it is entire storage type, it becomes very rigid. I want a different behavior, a different print for these 3 aisles. I don't have to, I don't have any other option. If there is no activity area, I have to create a separate storage type for this and create a different print condition for that. Okay, but with activity area, the storage types remain same, and you can do your own grouping for some activity. So I'm going to give you some very simple example of picking. How generally picking is done in warehouse and how we use activity areas in a warehouse. Okay. So for now, high level definition before we understand one of its application, it's a grouping of bins. Bins should be assigned to activity areas. Bin assignment to activity area is important because a lot of controls in EWM has moved from storage type to activity area level. It's a mandatory master data basically. So here, let's say we have a GR zone here. So this is my GR zone storage type. Okay, let's take a very simple example. That this is GR zone, and the stock comes from GR zone into the bins. Okay, this is my inbound area, and then from there, let's say this is my GI zone. Very simple. Let's take a very simple setup. This is my GI zone. Like this is a place where we or staging area, outbound staging area. So let's say we have very simple warehouse. Stock comes from here, gets stored here, then from here it goes here. Okay, like a depot, very small depot. Okay. Now here in this depot, there are people working in the depot. Let's say we have said he's working in these 2 aisles. He's responsible to work for these 2 aisles. Okay. So Sid's job is that he has to, whenever the picking comes, I'm talking about picking at the moment. Okay. At the moment, we are only talking about picks. We'll come to putaway as well. So Sid's job is to take the parts from these 2 aisles, put it into a GI area. Sid is doing picking into these aisles. Kabir's job is to pick stock from these 2 aisles. Now this is very fast moving. What we don't need is the same person working in all the aisles. It will take a lot of time and a lot of movements. So dedicated pickers are assigned to each group of aisles. So there is a space between these 2 aisles. So he goes there, picks part from here, picks part from here, here, and then he drops it here. Okay. So so let's say this is Sid's movement. Okay. Sid basically moves from here. This is his direction of travel, then this is how he travels, and he comes to the GI zone, drops it, goes back, and then this is Kabir's movement. Yeah, he comes in, drops it here, goes back, and then maybe it's Shiva's movement. He comes in, drops in, and so basically, we have created a group or zones for, or we call them as different warehouses. Users will call them different ways. When we go for a discussion, some may call it as they may say it's a pick area, some may say it's a zone, some may say it's a activity area is what we call it in SAP world. Okay, so work allocation area, something or the else, people will say. So let's say we have these 6, and then so now this is the work area. Okay, different work areas. So since work area, I'm going to create this as S001. So that is nothing but activity area S001. Kabir's a K001. Shiva's a So now these are activity areas. So as the name suggests, first let us list down what are the activities. We are at the moment, we have various warehousing activities. At the moment, we are talking about picking. So we are focused only for picking. So we have created areas for, this is my, to further define it, we'll say pick activity area. So now let's talk about work allocation. Okay, we will slowly explore the other ones. What is this? What do you see a similarity between them? I don't see anything is similar, because active work center, what we said, what is the definition of work center? We do packing, we do quality, we do any validated service activity in those areas. And this is picking. We are doing picking over here. So we are not doing any validated service activity. This is warehousing activity we are doing. This is,
that is process.
Yeah, a warehouse team is supposed to do these activities: put away, picking, replenishment. So basically, we have 6 important activities in a warehouse. We have these areas. So now what I have created activity areas for picking, right? I have created 3 activity areas for picking. Oblique K, oblique SI. Since I don't have space, I just maintain it like this. Okay. So now, for example, you'll say, okay, this is how my storage type works. Let's say we don't have, aisle 7 here. Now this grouping is based on activity. Okay, so picking, we said we have dedicated areas. This let's say it doesn't belong here. This let me say it doesn't belong to 800. I'll keep it here. Let's say it belongs to 8002. Let's say it belongs to 8002. And then we need now activity area. Now we will revisit another activity. Okay, so we have created activity areas for picking, because the work allocations to different group is done for performing the activity. Now let's say my my put away, okay, which is like taking from GR zone to the 6 aisles. Now when we are designing the process, we are designing the layout. So when, as part of the warehouse design, the team, they sit across on table, and then they say who's going to work where, what is going to be the direction of travel, because what we need is minimum travel, plus people don't run onto each other. So the whole idea here is to make sure that the movements are designed, the routes are designed, there'll be markings on the floor, there'll be markings on big boards into the warehouse. So now the warehouse design is made for 8001. The design team, they're discussing how many people we need. So they agreed picking has to be per group of aisle, and there has to be a dedicated picker because the pick load is too much. A day, said Kabir and Shiva, they're totally busy with picking. Now, let's say put away is, they say, okay, now let's talk about put away. So how many pallets we're supposed to put away in a day? What is the plan? So they come across a conclusion that for inbound, they just need one person. One person is enough because in inbound, we receive pallets in bulk, and number of pallets we receive a day, one picker is enough. One put away person is enough. Okay. So here, this is going to be the person who is going to do the put away, his direction of travel. So the person who is supposed to do put away, his direction of travel will be, he'll take the pallets from here. For anything he has to drop in aisle 1, he'll come and drop from the back side. He's not going into Sid's area, right? He's dropping from the back. Because Sid is picking in that area, he's dropping the pallets from the back. Then if any pallet is supposed to go to aisle 2 and 3, is coming here, then he's traveling here, and then he's going between aisle 2 and 3, and he's dropping the pallet either in 2 and 3, and then if anything required in aisle 4 and 5, he's coming till here, and then he's going to drop between aisle 4 and 5. He'll travel between 4 and 5, and he'll drop the pallets from the back side of aisle 4 and 5. Anything required for 6, he'll travel, and then he's going to drop the pallets in from the back of aisle 6. Okay, so now here, the one person is responsible. Let's say that person is Johan. One person does the put away. So now my question to you guys is, how many activity areas we need to create for put away? So the answer is 1.
Yes.
We don't need 4 because the person is having 4 routes, but the same person is doing it. So the work allocation or the pallet movement from GR area to all these 6 aisles, it can be any aisle, will be assigned to Johan. So it will be in one group. The whole storage type activity areas are created in one group for put away. So basically what we are doing for put away, we are not splitting into zones. Okay, for put away, it is just one activity area. So activity area always it will be with respect to the activity. Okay, SAP, if we create, see, you are free to create your own names, but general tendency is if it is one activity area, then we create with the same one activity area for the whole storage type, we created with the same code. So for put away, it is just one. So I'll create it with the same code of storage type. That means the entire storage type bins are part of this activity area for part of this picking, part of this put away activity. So now, for example, see inbound, we created one activity area, and Johan is very busy. He's simply running around. We have the routes are finalized, but what we need to add another person in that area. Let's say Bridge. So Johan and Bridge will, let's say there's pallet 1, Johan picks it up, it goes to aisle 3. The next pallet is for aisle 6. So Bridge will take that pallet and he'll go to aisle 6. So we'll not split that activity area because Bridge and Johan, they are responsible for all the 6 aisles. But in that group, it's not necessary that only one person will work. You can have more person working in that group. So for example, if Sid is overloaded, we decide to have another person in that aisle. So another person can also work in that group. So work allocation can be done to one or more resource. So see, generally these activity areas are used in picking, because picking, we pick small quantities, and the load on the picking is more than inbound. So this example, it's very common and you see in many warehouses. For physical inventory, for stock change, you just create one at a storage type level, because for internal movement, the same person is responsible for the entire, there's no grouping for internal or physical inventory. There can be groups for replenishment, but yeah, we'll discuss that later. But just keep it simple at this stage in put away picking to understand this. because put away is very simple. Place the part, picking is remove the parts. Then see, now in a warehouse, we have 8003, for example, which is a general area. We don't have aisles at all. We don't want to create groups at all because it's an open area. Pipes are kept, castings are kept on the floor. So what we'll do is we'll not split that area into separate activity areas. Okay, we will create just one area. So this is 8001. And for similarly, if I want to create for 8003, which is a general area, we don't need this kind of functionality for them. So for 8003, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do like this. Picking also, I'll just assign it to the same. %90 of your warehouse storage types, 90, or I would say there'll be 1 or 2 storage types, or maybe 5 or 6 where you will do this division maximum. But everywhere else, like staging areas, I told you activity area is mandatory. For staging areas, for doors, for work centers, you may not need this. You may or may not need this depending on your scenario, but most of the time you don't need them. Out of your, we have 6 or 8 storage type. I needed only for 1, for example. So, most storage type, most of the time you have 1-to-1 assignment between storage type and activity area. So SAP has given a transaction. So since activity area is mandatory and you don't need for everywhere, so wherever there is 1-to-1 assignment, you can create it in one go. But there are 4 or 5 configurations here. 4 or 5 config nodes. 1-to-1 assignment will be quick one. It will be done by system. So 8003, I'll just run one transaction and activity areas will be created. Assignments will be done. Everything will be done. But for 8001, everything will be done, but I'll have to go and specifically change or maintain pick. So now whenever there is 1-to-1 assignment in storage type and activity area, we call it as a generic activity area. We created, so 8003 is generic activity area. So we are going to create a same activity area for storage type as well as for the same activity area for all the activities of a storage type. So I want to take you to the config where we create generic ones. Okay. And then we'll first, generally in a project, what we do is we create generic ones, and then we kind of make changes as and when required. So to start the project, at the start of the project, these details will not be known. What is an activity area and how many we need for inbound, outbound. So to start it, we just create a generic activity area for all the warehouse storage type. And then based on the discussions, we may, create few more here and there. So we'll first do the, general creation, and then we will come back to, 8001 and do the manual creation, manual changes based on our requirement. So basically what we do is, as a standard practice, we assign all the 6 activities to the bins. So the first config here is, to define activity area, then assign bins to an activity area. And there is something called as sorting. So sorting is, how do you sort the bins in an activity area? We'll see that tomorrow. All the 3 configs will maintain for 8001. But for now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a generic activity area for all the storage types. Okay. So for example, 8001. Okay. I'm not creating generic. You'll see I'm not maintaining the activity here. Just simply executing it. So it will create all the 6 activities. Just to drop down here, so that you can see what are the activities in standard system. So internal, just park the above one. Internal inventory, picking, put away, replenishment, stock change. So cross-line put away is an activity especially for put away, where it's a special put away where you just go one aisle, then split the other line, go to the other line. So you put your stock to your left, then to your right, then to your left, then to your right. So you do a put away in a crossway manner. So this is a special process we'll talk about in the inbound process, but these not used in all the warehouses. So not required, but it gets created with this template. So that's fine. It stays there, no worries. If you want, you can just delete this activity so that you don't create their activity areas. So like this, I'm going to create activity area, just simply run it. I'm just going to run it for all the storage types. So all, even doors, even staging areas, every storage type that I've created so far. And I'm going to create a generic activity area. So creation of generic activity area will be the first step in your projects also, because you may split, you may not split. The decision may not be in day one. So follow the same approach. It will be very useful for you. Then I'm going to do the storage type 9010, right? Start from inbound staging area. Then I'll do the work centers 8010, then 8020, then 8030, then outbound staging area 9020, then the doors 9030 and 9040. Yeah, so it will do for all, it will create all the activities. The generic, we create everything. See, the why I'm suggesting this way, because going and maintaining the all three config, it becomes slightly a big task. If you maintain this, your efforts are reduced. So now I've maintained, created activity areas for, I think, work centers, doors, staging areas, everything. So we'll stop here for today. Tomorrow we'll come and we'll maintain individual configuration for 8001. So what we'll also understand is there is something called as sorting. So let's say Sid is supposed to pick. Okay, so Sid, products should be, while he's picking the parts in these two aisles, there is a certain sequence which we want the system to, for Sid to pick. So I want him to pick, this way. So the picking should start from the back. He'll take his trolley, go to the back and start picking from back to the front. So the picking is done in a sequence, in certain sequence. So this is my, this is the bin sequence that I want Sid to follow, because, once he's picking, there is no point, if he picks from this bin with sequence 16 and then goes back, then pick this one, then comes here. He doesn't have to do back and forth. He starts from the back. While he's walking towards the GI zone, he should be proposed by system. Now it's this bin, pick this bin. Now once he picks, okay, now you're picked from bin 8. Now the next bin is bin 11. The next bin is bin 14, bin 16. So these are not bins. These are the bin sequences. So basically we will create the storage type. We have created bins. Okay, we'll assign them to storage type. So how we do the bin assignment? So we have created bins, we have created activity areas, but the bins are not yet assigned to activity area. We need to perform sorting. Okay, in sorting, bins are assigned to activity area and bins are assigned to a sequence number. So for Sid, you can see it's a custom sequence number. Okay, so for example, this is the sequence number will be assigned to Sid's need custom sequence number where he's going this way, to go pick. But let's say Kabir, he just follow this approach. First I'll pick everything for aisle 3, and then I'll pick everything for aisle 4, and so on, right? So for Kabir, it's like very it can be achieved through standard. He can follow this sequence and system can do the sorting for him. But for Sid, the picking, he's just going to pick everything of aisle 3, come back, and then he's going to start everything in aisle 4. So for Sid, it's going to be custom sorting. He'll give its own sequence. So we do that through upload program. But for Kabir, system will do this assignment. So it's very, basically what we need to see here is, how the picking, sequence of work is, how the bin names are. So based on that, we will decide whether we need a custom sorting or we will run standard sorting and see, if it fulfills our requirement. If not, so basically the bins should be assigned to numbers, whether those numbers are, matching to our requirement. This is the sequence they want to follow. If not, then we do a sorting, custom sorting, upload. We do an upload and we assign bin to a sequence number. So these are the 2 activities we'll cover tomorrow. Once we create activity areas, pick activity area for 8001. Sequence number is the sequence in which the bins will be proposed for picking. So this bin should always be proposed first. If Sid is supposed to pick, he will pick from here first, then here. So his pick should be from this way, right? First this bin, then that bin. So when he's picking, he's not going to pick from one product. He's going to pick product from multiple bins. So his direction of travel will be based on his direction of travel. He should be picking first from this bin, then from this bin, then from this bin, then from 16, then from 21. Customer account group. So in your business partner config, we assign a group, customer account group. So basically, your business partner is, so there's a business partner group, but within that group, if you're trying to create a customer, so it's trying to create in the background, it's trying to create a customer master, but it's not finding that account group. So based on that, the number range is not getting picked up.
Hey there, wanna nail supply management? Our SAP ECC EWM course is here for you. It's all about handling supplies smoothly. This course is your go-to for mastering SAP ECC EWM. Think of it as your toolkit for planning, ensuring we've got enough stuff and getting it where it needs to be. We cover it all, from the basics to some cool advanced tricks. Experts made this so you're in good hands. Your teachers, total pros. They've been at this forever and are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Students love it. Just like you, they found it super useful. And the best part, it's budget friendly. Learning shouldn't cost an arm and a leg, right? Ready to become a SAP ECC EWM whiz? Enroll on our page today. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
What topics we'll cover today? So we created a new warehouse, we have integrated it, and now we are at a stage where we are setting a master data for a warehouse. We have created storage type, section, bins, doors, staging areas, and work centers. And now we have reached to a final org structure element, which is activity area. We discussed activity area in a previous session, and we understood how activity area works. Activity area is a grouping of storage bins. It is a new structure element in EWM. It was not there in WM. And with this example, what you can see on your screen, we try to understand one application of activity area where it can group the bins into a zone or a activity group to perform a certain activity. For example, we said Sid is going to pick these 2 aisles. So the bins of these 2 aisles, they are part of one group. So this group is based on activity. So we said for picking, there is going to be a zone or a group here, group of bins. But for putaway, we don't have any grouping. We don't need any grouping required. So we can create groups within the storage types. We can also create individual activity areas for the activities where we don't want to do the grouping, like we call them as general activity areas for putaway, replenishment, internal, stock change. We performed, or we created activity areas which is general to the storage type, same as the storage type, because we don't want to split them. So this splitting of activity area may not be required in all the storage type, may not be required in all the activities. As of now, we have seen picking, we'll see in physical inventory also, we might use activity area concept. But for picking, definitely when we are going to pick from the high rack storage, we would like to have different people and different work areas assigned. So another important point here is the activity area is not restricted to a storage type. So let's say, for example, this is storage type 8002 and there is just one aisle, let's say in 8002. So the group, let's say Sid's group is, sorry, this is Shiva's group is SI01. I can also add bins of another storage type to Shiva's group. So Shiva's groups becomes, so the bins of Shiva's group is other ones belonging to aisle 5 and 6 of storage type 8001 and aisle 7 of storage type 8002. So this grouping of bins is very dynamic. You can have grouping of bins. Even one bin can belong to a group, one aisle can belong to a group, or this group can be extended to the whole warehouse or across storage type. We have all the flexibility in terms of this grouping of storage type into activity areas. Okay. So as part of setting up the activity areas into the system, I explained you the first thing we do is we create all the storage types with generic activity areas. There is a transaction given by SAP. We just run the transaction and system automatically creates activity areas and does the necessary assignments in the background. So this assignment will save us time in maintaining. Assignment does save us a lot of time in maintaining each node separately. So let's go and now maintain those 3 nodes and create these activity areas and do the necessary aisles assignment for the activity areas. So once the activity areas are completed, creations are completed, then we need to assign the bins to the activity areas. That step is called as sorting. So we'll also discuss sorting today. So let's look at what has happened in system after we created the activity areas. System has created all the activity areas. You can see general activity area for storage type 1, 2, 3. All our storage type, the activity areas are created. Now I will create 3 activities area now. Okay. This is just a creation of the activity areas. I'll say, just to keep it simple, I'll say activity area for SID is 01A, it's 01B for Kabir, and I'll name the one for Shiva is 01C. So we created these activity areas. Now there is assignment of storage business to activity areas. Okay. So here let's look at the configuration that has been created by system. So WH34, you can see for 8001, all the bins are assigned. See, there is no aisle detail, there's no stack, no level details, nothing. So just a generic entry has been made that all storage type, all bins of 8001 should belong to 8001 activity area. So this is an activity area. So there is no activity here. So this assignment is required because there is one-to-one assignment for put away, one-to-one assignment or replenishment. So this activity, this assignment is okay for the generic thing, but now we need to create and say here that for our storage, for our activity, the 801A, what bins are assigned to 801A? So I'll say assign bins which start with aisle 1 and end with aisle 2. Okay. Then for our 801B activity area, I'll say assign all the bins of aisle 3 and aisle 4. The 801C, I'll say assign all the bins of aisle 5 and aisle 6. Okay, now see our aim was to assign the bins with division of aisle with respect to aisles. We can also do stack, level, bin section, consolidation group. Basically, we'll discuss that later. We'll use this field for the deconsolidation process. Okay, and if this activity is used, then there is an interim storage type which always needs to be used. Then we can use this for this activity area. Otherwise, we also have option to use LOSC. During LOSC, we're going to use the intermediate storage concept. Okay. So for now, we've created the activity area, and we said for these 3 activity areas that we have created, these are the bins which are assigned to those activity areas. The bins which are in aisle 1 and 2, 3 and 4, and 5 and 6. So this was the second node which was maintained automatically when we generated activity area for the storage type. You don't put anything here. If it is not in sequence, don't put anything here.
Okay.
That means you are not giving the exact bins. Here I'm giving the exact bins. You can give it in while you are sorting the bins, exactly which bin, which area you want to assign. Just keep it blank here if it is not in an order. Now this is the third configuration which gets maintained. So you will see here WH34 8001. There are 6 entries that are maintained here: internal, picking, put away, replenishment, stock change. So here you can see there is one-to-one assignment since we use a transaction for mass general creation. So here you can see 8001 storage type, 8001 activity area. For put away, 8001 is the generic. For replenishment also generic. But now we don't want to do picking as part of 8001. We want to create separate, we have created separate activity area for picking. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this. Okay. And I'm going to say 80 activity area 801A picking in 8001. Okay. For now, let us create these 3 entries and delete the entry where we say 8001 is supposed to do picking. So I'll just complete the creation first and we'll come back. So now we said these are the 3 activity areas used for picking in 8001. Okay, but we are not going to use the generic one. So I'm going to go up, page up, and I'm going to delete this entry because for picking my activity area is not 8001. So you have seen here, for my picking my activity is not 8001. So I'm going to delete this assignment. This is not required. For picking my activity areas are 801A, B, and C, which I've maintained. Here we see there is something called as sorting. These fields are optional. You can give your own sorting number through when you're sorting the bins through an Excel upload. So I'm back. So here you can give a sort sequence. As you mentioned, if you have something which is not standard, not easily, which you can tell the system by default, like sort or like, aisle 1 and 2, it may not be, straightforward like this. Some business may say, we don't want like this. We want aisle 1, 6, 8, whatever. Similarly, there is another thing which we configure, and if it is not that straightforward, then we keep it blank. The thing is the sort sequence. So basically here, what we say is, what is my direction of sort? So for an aisle, if I'm supposed to pick material from an aisle, I should first sort based on stack, level, bin. Or first I should stack as per level, or so we know this is an aisle. Okay. And then you have stacks here, and then within stack you have levels here, right? So we know that basically for an aisle, we have several bins. Okay. Now let's take this aisle for example, 801A. Okay. Now I need to tell system, like for said, how he's going to, what is his direction of travel. For example, Sid says, I want to do 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. He wants to just pick from left and right and then keep on walking. Okay. And then, 1, 2, but this is just, one low level bins, but there can be bins on the higher level also. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, So if it is 3 level high, so there can be 6 bins in this, at this position he can go and pick from. Then he comes here, then there may be another 6 bin. For the sake of understanding sequence, let's say these are just one bin. So Sid will pick product from here, then he'll come to here. Okay, we discuss this. We'll come here, we'll come here, we'll come here. So that is his pick path. But let's say Kabir, his pick path is he'll first complete everything in aisle 3, and then he'll go to aisle 4. So he's going to first, his pick path is going to be 2, 6, 9, 16, 19, and then he'll come to GI zone. So basically each bin, they can have a different name. So this bin name could be 8001-01-01-A. See, bins can have a different name, and this number which is assigned to them is a sequence number. Okay. So this bin would be like 8001-02, aisle is 2, 01-A. But this bin is given a sequence number 2 in this activity area. So now the next bin here is 8001 2A. Yeah. So this bin will be given sequence number 3. So bins, when they are assigned to an activity area, they are also assigned a sequence number. Okay. So now this sequence number can be straightforward. In case of Kabir, it's straightforward, right? It's based on stack ascending.
Sorry, Johan. Is it line 36D and 37D? Is it other way around? First one is 01A.
Oh, so this is 0, 2A. Sorry, yeah, that's the other way around. and this is 2 1A. Yeah, that's correct. So for basically said, it's a non-standard sequence. Okay, we are going to give a sequence in Excel. So for said, and we are going to say like this bin sequence 1, this bin. So I have to use the upload transaction to give a sequence number for said. Okay, we have, because he has its own sequence. Now there, so now like how we did a transaction, general transaction, right? So their system did all the activity area creation itself. Similarly, when we are assigning this sequence, we call them as sorting. There are two ways of assigning this sequence. Option 1, system assignment. System does the assignment. Option 2 is, so sorting, the next option is user will manually upload custom sorting. So in Sid's case, it is option 2. Okay. But whereas, so our aim is to, see if, we can fit in option 1, because there we just need to go and execute a transaction. It will be done. We don't have to do anything. But in option 2, we have to prepare an Excel file, give it to business, tell them to give the numbers. So for example, put away, picking, replacement, where we are not using the where we are not using the sorting, or where we are not using different activity areas, I'm okay. For example, for put away, there are 10 pallets kept here. Whichever pallet comes first, it may belong. I'll scan the pallet to free up that area. It can go here, here, here. It doesn't matter to me. The sorting doesn't matter to me in put away. So in replenishment also, sorting doesn't matter. Or in replenishment, I'll prefer standard system sorting, like go here, go here, go here, go here, go here, one by one in the direction. I'm just working on an aisle. So basically, Kabir, if he's picking, he's sorting, his aisle as per aisle. Okay, then stack in ascending order. Okay, and level in ascending order. So first he's going to pick from lower level, then upper level, then higher level. So let's say this is, Kabir's sorting. So for Kabir, I'm going to say sorting direction aisle ascending, sorting direction of level ascending, okay, and stack also ascending. Okay, and here I'm going to say that sort sequence is stack and then level. We are not using bit division as of now. We can also subdivide bit. So this is 0, 1 is, let's say aisle. I can say, 10, 20, 30, right? That's what we discussed. This is 10, this is stack. So now basically for all the bins, we need to assign activity areas. So now when I done with the activity area assignment, when I open a bin, you will see that, all these bins for put away, they'll have activity area 8001. For picking, they will have their respective activity areas. And then in the sorting transaction, we'll see what is the sort number. So for said, we will upload the sorting number and see the sorting number. And for just for picking, so Sid's aisles are only for picking. We are going to sort this. Okay. But in case of put away or replenishment for Sid's bins, it's going to remain option 1. The overall idea is to keep your, as consultants, our aim is to keep the activity areas to a minimum. only when it's really required. Why I'm saying, because there are a lot of dependent configuration, and and it is, you can imagine, if we, based on our experience, we consultants also sometimes face difficulty in understanding. I've been doing this for quite some time, but I can understand first time it will be it takes time to understand these things. So for just imagine business users, they will never understand, or it will take a while for them, 6 months, 1 year time till they use the system. They'll get used to the activity areas. So it kind of complicates things for them. So we try to keep them to a minimum, only as and when it's required. So what our first approach is always, yeah, to keep it minimum first. So, and start with general. So in case of put away, there is no need to have an activity area, because we are going one pallet at a time. So whatever pallet is physically there, I'm just picking and moving it. So there it doesn't matter. Internal also it doesn't matter, because internal are manual process. But he decides, now I want to take this pallet, move it to another bin, do a reshuffling, do a rearrangement, and all those things. For replenishment, yes, it may be required. Activity area may be required. Physical inventory, it's product specific. So wherever the product is, system will direct me. So it doesn't matter. I have to, at the end of the day, I have to count everywhere. So it's not, or if it's bin specific, I'll select those bins and I'll create, and we'll discuss during physical inventory. But the idea is to start with generic ones, keep it simple, and only for fast moving complex warehouse, where you have this work allocation, and what we'll see all the parameters going forward, and then introduce activity areas. So uh, so basically we start with all general for everything, and as and when we design the process, work allocation, sequence. See, this sequence is a master data. You can go from option 1 to 2 very easily. Okay, you have the config, but you don't want to config, you don't want to use the config, just ignore it, use the option 2. So sorting is very flexible. Just activity creation also, it's just two configs, three configs you have to do. So introducing new activity area at a later stage is also easy. It will not harm your existing stock or anything. So start with the minimum ones, and then as and when you get requirements, or you understand process in more detail, you can introduce more. So these are the bins that we created, and we can see here it's a bin aisle 1. So now these bins, we have to sort them and give them a sequence number. We'll try both ways, but let me create some more bins, so some other aisles also, so that we can see the impact. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to create bins in mass. There is this bin structure. So here we'll say 8001, create all the bins of 8001. Okay, start from aisle 1 to aisle 6. Yeah, this is my start, this is my end, and I'll say do an increment from 10 to 90, and the per stack increment is 10, and level, I think its level is just one character, one. So we'll say keep it as A and go up to B. So I'll keep it as 1 like this. Let's see whether the system will consider that or not. C stands for character, N stands for numeric, and A stands for alphabet letters. So this should be A actually. So let me put it as A. So I'm not going to maintain any section, bin type, and other things here. We create this bin structure here in the config, and then there is a transaction. Show SCWM/ls10, where we create them in mass. So this is the bin you're creating. We'll go and say edit, or there's an option here, create bins. So you will see here system is doing increment ABC. While okay, you can see 3 bins already existing. While one stack 10 level ABC, those are already existing. Apart from that, system is creating the other bins, all the bins, and doing a correct increment. So 10, 20A, sorry, 120A, 130A, then 140A, and then after all the bins of aisle 1s are complete, it's going to aisle 2. So it will go up to aisle 6. Okay. And the bins are also going to be assigned to the aisle numbers. I'll tell you everywhere, they don't use this because, they may not be this straightforward, and they they'll say, okay, I have few bins in aisle 1 which are blocked due to pillar or, due to some, those do not exist. It will still create them. So then you have to go and identify those bins and delete them. For manual work, LSMW is better for WM. Excel upload is better for EWM. Why we are maintaining NNNN? I said you can, even if you maintain NNNN and keep this blank, there is no increment. See, for example, if I do a bin, let's say I create only 3 bin. I'll say 0110A and 8001 0130A, and I don't give this. So there is nothing here, right? I'm not incrementing I. So I'll keep it blank. No, you can also use see, they are independent. If you're using them external upload, doesn't mean that it always has to be external upload sorting. You can still go with system approach. So I'm going to do the same for the sorting as well. So for sorting, the transaction is, so I have got all my bins created. The bins are still not assigned to activity area. So now first thing I'm going to do is, for storage type, like the transaction is SBST. It's there in our slide also. No need to worry remembering this. So okay, so first thing I'm going to do is, the storage type that those don't need sorting, I'm just going to simply run it blank. I don't have any bins there, but I'm just going to run it blank for them. That means do a custom. I'm not going to use for staging area, for example. Staging area, I don't need sorting at all. There is just few bins, 3 bins. Why I need to do some fancy sorting? So I'll just go and simply execute it. That's it. I will not even look at the sequence. In our store, in a warehouse, only 8001 needs some attention while doing sorting. Other storage types, I'll just simply run it blank. Now 9010, let's look at the bins of 9010. I've just sort them out. You can see now they all are assigned to activity area 9010. And if I want to see the sequence for the bins, I'll just come here and so there are different ways. I like this transaction. We'll see warehouse monitor also, where you can get this information. Okay, so let's do generic sorting of A001 for put away. So put away is a generic sorting here. So we are going with the config specific sorting for put away 001. So in that case, let me do every sorting. So 8001, you can see it's not going to sort picking. See, it is sorting everything. because we deleted that assignment, isn't it?
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary benefit of using SAP EWM? Option A, improved inventory accuracy. Option B, reduced production costs. Option C, increased customer satisfaction. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
So it's going to do a general sorting, customs, config specific sorting. It's doing here and we'll simply execute it. That's it. So here the bins of 8001, let's go into those bins again. You will see they are assigned to all activity areas except picking. So now generic sorting, like we create a generic area, generic sortings, only in picking we have to test, config relevant sorting or upload sorting. So let's look at the config sorting first. So 801C, I am not going to work into that. Let's simply sort it. See, everything is picking. Just I'll simply sort it away and just come out of it. Let's come to Kabir sorting, which is a config driven sorting, 801B. And here is where I'll come and check how system is assigning. So first it is assigning bin of aisle 3 10A, and that means this bin, sorry, this bin here, okay, and then 320A, see 330A. So basically what it is doing, it is first going through the lower level, all the bins of lower level, okay, because we said level should be in ascending order, okay. Then it is going through all the B second level bins of aisle 3, and then it's going through third level bins of aisle 3, and then it is starting the fourth aisle, okay. It will cover all the lower level bins of fourth aisle, and then the above, and then the above. So first all the A, and you can see a sort number is given. So whenever Kabir starts picking, if the picking is supposed to pick, so the pick order is to pick from these two pins, let's say 320A and 370B, system will first tell Kabir to pick from 320A and not from 370B. Now, while you are checking the sorting, okay, you have agreed with business, this should be my sort, you can do the config, come and check how the sortings are being determined by system. If you're happy, go ahead with that. The preferences use config because you'll save efforts in Excel upload, and so only for only for special scenarios, special racks or VNA, we use VNA, narrow reach truck. All those cases we use custom sorting, or I would say, when I say custom sorting, means Excel upload. Otherwise we use the standard sorting. We try to use standard as much as possible. We play with that config and see the sort numbers are determined by system. So why we propose standard sorting? Because as a BAU, as a maintenance point of view, also it helps business. They just come and they just have to execute it here. But when it is custom, they have to go find the Excel, change it, load it. It's a tedious task, especially in production environment, whenever they change their bins or introduce new bins.
Hey there, wanna nail supply management? Our SAP ECC EWM course is here for you. It's all about handling supplies smoothly. This course is your go-to for mastering SAP ECC EWM. Think of it as your toolkit for planning, ensuring we've got enough stuff and getting it where it needs to be. We cover it all, from the basics to some cool advanced tricks. Experts made this, so you're in good hands. Your teachers, total pros. They've been at this forever and are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Students love it. Just like you, they found it super useful. And the best part, it's budget friendly. Learning shouldn't cost an arm and a leg, right? Ready to become a SAP ECC EWM whiz? Enroll on our page today, and for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.